Welcome, everyone, to a special Oscar Night edition of Cinematic Realms. I'm still going to have to get used to that countdown.
Me too.
Oh, God. I hope you all are doing well tonight. Hello, Mother Royan. Great to see you.
Hey.
Yeah. Yeah, tonight's going to be fun because we're going to do a couple of things, and I haven't quite figured out the order in which we're going to do them. I was thinking about this, and I think we'll just go with the flow and see what feels right. But the two things we're going to be doing tonight is, number one, we're going to be celebrating the 40th anniversary of one of my favorite films of all time, and I know I say that a lot because I love movies. But this is a case where it's more than fitting because I don't think Amadeus has ever been lower on my list of top movies than maybe number 3. And it's rotated. So at times it's been number 1, number 2, number 3. And so, yeah, it's just, tonight is just so great to get to be able to heap love upon the Best Picture winner at the 1985 Academy Awards. So this is not only celebrating the 40th anniversary of the film, which happened just sort of more towards the tail end of last year, but this is really the 40th anniversary of its Oscar victory. And it took home 8 Academy Awards. And so, yeah. And in addition to that, a little later on in the show, we are also going to be just talking about the past year of movies and what some of our favorite selections were, maybe what we kind of hope will happen tonight at the Oscars, who's going to come away with a gold statuette, and who should have been nominated and should be coming home with it. We might get a little grouchy about a couple things, but yeah, so it's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, what can you say about Gene Hackman? That was quite a surprise, also coming on the heels of losing somebody else who meant a lot to my generation, Michelle Trachtenberg, who, of course, I think most people in my generation would know her as Dawn Summers from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But I remember seeing her in the trailers at the theater when I was really, really little for Harriet the Spy. And that was my first. I've never actually even seen the movie, but I remember seeing the trailers for it. So yeah, I was already kind of processing that, and then we heard about Gene Hackman, and it's like, I mean, what a titan. Known for so many things, but I think it's kind of inescapable that for me, that I think of Lex Luthor right off the bat. I have a number of other favorites of his. Amongst them is Crimson Tide, which is one of my favorite sort of 90s action movies. Just watching him and Denzel Washington go head to head was just so thrilling. And yeah, so rest in peace to both of them. Gene Hackman did get to live a really full life. Losing Michelle Trachtenberg is gonna, sting for a while, because that it feels like so much lost potential. And but then I'm happy about the fact that I'll always get to go back and watch all those seasons of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and enjoy her in that. And it should be said that she was not a fan favorite initially. There were complaints about her, and which I always felt were undeserved, but I do think that she won over everybody throughout her run on the show. So yeah, Royal Tenenbaums is actually a hole in my Wes Anderson filmography, which now I have the perfect excuse to correct that. because I know that his performance in that especially is beloved.
It was a tough week to lose those two great actors. We've lost a lot of great actors this year, as the in memoriam will be quite stacked. In particular, I'm sure there will be that James Earl Jones will have a prominent place in the in memoriam this year. But for Gene Hackman, he was 95, one of the all-time great actors, two-time Oscar winner for The French Connection and for his chilling and iconic performance in Unforgiven. But he had so many great roles. Being a sports guy that I am, I will always ride for his role in Hoosiers.
My dad was talking about that. Yeah.
And but yeah, you could, I know he's beloved for his work in, say, The Conversation, the Francis Ford Coppola film, Royal Tenenbaums is mentioned, Bonnie and Clyde, just a great actor. And so he was 95, but the circumstances surrounding his death, particularly the fact that his wife also passed away, it seems, are suspicious, to say the least, and we won't speculate on anything there, but it was a loss. And yeah, Michelle Trachtenberg, just the fact that she was 39 years old, that's a loss, irrespective of her career. Obviously, her role as Dawn Summers in Buffy is probably the top liner. Being from a slightly younger generation than you, Gwen, I will have to say my introduction to her, because I did not get to Buffy till later, was her role on Gossip Girl. But I think that she had so much more to give to both as an actress and to the world. So it's a big loss.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. But yeah, and I do hope we see something about them tonight. I'm a bit more confident about seeing something about Gene Hackman, but I hope they work something for both of them in there. I know they tend to not be able to make too many additions last minute, but fingers crossed for that. Yeah, and so. Yeah, it's, we celebrate both of them, and it does feel like a nice time to maybe revisit the original Superman movie and enjoy. I've always loved the fact that Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor is not, even though he's not quite Lex Luthor in the truest sense of it, he's, Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor, and but he made his take on it such a sort of staple of the DC brand, to where it's like it's just another iteration of the character, and I just love what he did in it so much, and it's a lot of fun to watch him play that role.
Yeah, I would actually be open to maybe even talking about it on the channel, because we do have a new Superman movie coming later this year. And I think that it's, from the trailers, it looks like it's going to be very much in the spirit of that original 1978 classic. Looking forward to see what Nicholas Hoult does with the role of Lex Luthor, but Gene Hackman is kind of far and away the best.
Yeah. Well, I would film wise. We'll say film wise.
Film wise.
I would say that I'm very partial to Michael Rosenbaum's performances as Lex in Smallville. And
that's totally fair. Yeah, just to mention the other guy who played Lex Luthor in the other Superman movie.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Although his evil might actually translate more better to the character, because Gene Hackman seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, this is not the stream for that discussion.
No.
Yeah. So anyway, let's press on to talking about our main topic tonight, which is Miloš Forman's Amadeus. I'm just gonna pop open the classic poster right there. With that, I've always loved the tagline for this: the man, the music, the madness, the murder, the motion picture Amadeus. Everything you've heard is true, which I always love just because it's so purposely misleading. And it's just like in such a sort of Hollywood fashion that it's almost winking at the audience, because technically that's true, but it may mislead certain audience members to believe different things. But this is a case where I think that yes, there's a lot of fabrication going on here, but myth serves a purpose, and I think this myth of Mozart and Salieri has done wonders for not only Mozart's music but classical music overall. I certainly would not have the passionate love affair of classical music that I have without this movie. I got to see it when I was in the 9th grade, and I'm confident I loved it far more than pretty much every other student in my class. I think they kind of endured it, and I was sitting there transfixed. So, and then I proceeded, of course, to torture all of my friends by, over the next number of months, by every time one of them would come over, it's like, we have to sit down and watch this movie Amadeus. And they're like, dude, what are you talking about? It was, I have a feeling it was more like torture for them, but but I did my duty. I passed this classic on to other people, whether they wanted it or not.
That is kind of a joy of when you find a movie like that and it means so much to you, and you just, out of sheer honest enthusiasm, you want to share it with everybody, and they may not be exactly to their taste, but you just can't help it, and they may get a little bit annoyed, but you know what, I would rather you have movies like that where like just you can't contain the love that even if other people don't come around to it right away, if you reach even one person, it just feels so good.
Yeah, at least they've seen it. Yeah. That's like I may have dragged them kicking and screaming to it, but I've made the world a better place by making sure that a couple more people got to see Amadeus. God, I was an insufferable teenager in my own way. I'm interested though. What was your experience coming to this? I know it's been many, many years since you've seen it.
Yeah.
And so was it also school?
Yes. So I think I mentioned when we first, talked about, talked around this movie several weeks back that this was one of those movies that whether it was a slow day where the teacher didn't feel like, teaching, or if it was just that, they thought it was valuable given what the class, I saw this movie in one of my music classes back in, I think it was elementary school. But I have to admit, it didn't grab me on that viewing the way that it grabbed you, Gwen. I was probably a little bit too young. Music was not really even though I love music, as an appreciator of the art, I was not really always the biggest enthusiast of music classes and playing music. So I think I was probably, even though I probably was not paying the closest attention to the movie and its themes, but I could tell it was extraordinarily well made. There were certain scenes that stuck in my mind, and in particular the performances. And so I always remember, like, yeah, that was a good movie, but it wasn't, on my favorite register. But ever since we have talked about going back and revisiting it, I've really been looking forward to getting to delve into it now. With kind of the benefit of added life experience and a more knowledge, greater knowledge of cinema as a whole. Because even as I started to get into the Oscars, I was conscious of the fact that this movie had won 8 Oscars at the 1984-85 Academy Awards, and that even though some people often tend to say that, certain movies that win Best Picture aren't always, it isn't always the best movie of the year. When I looked at like people ranking the Best Picture winners, Amadeus was consistently cited as one of the best Picture winners. No one seemed to have a problem. Even in the 1980s, that had some less, beloved movies win Best Picture. Everyone was just like, yeah, Amadeus was at the top. So I was really looking forward to delving in, and when I got to watch it again, it really is an extraordinary achievement in so many ways, and in particular, we'll get into, I'm sure, the lead performances, one by Tom Hulce, who is fantastic, but then the Oscar-winning performance by F. Murray Abraham, that's an all-timer. Like, oh my God, I was in awe of him and his performance, and that was one of the things I remembered from the movie, where it was like, wait a second, this movie's about Mozart, and the guy who isn't Mozart is the main character, and he's the one who won the Oscar. That seems odd. And then as soon as within 10 minutes, I'm like, oh yeah, no. It was always F. Murray Abraham. He is the greatest. And in particular, you had mentioned how this movie had kind of triggered a renaissance in the appreciation for Mozart and classical music. One of the little delicious ironies I find is that, Salieri, a character who had lingered in obscurity for many years, he also, apparently his music got a resurgence from this movie, which I don't know if you would be happy about that or sad, but because he is kind of a
well, I think the real Salieri would probably be happy about that.
Yeah, I think he would too, but it really kind of goes to that idea. As you mentioned, whether or not this movie is truly a historically accurate depiction of what happened around the events surrounding Mozart and his death. I think back to, the lines, that old adage that when you have to choose between history and legend, print the legend, as was adapted in the quote from The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. And in this case, this movie is the legend, and it is legendary. It is truly an epic movie that I'm so glad, Gwen, that you got me to watch yet again.
I feel like the historians are angry at this movie, but music lovers, for the most part, are probably, think it's worth the trade-off to to sort of further the love of classical music. And it is funny that and I remember feeling sympathetic towards Salieri, but I went to my music teacher and I was like, I went online and listened to some of his music. It's not bad, and she's like, no, it's not bad. It's just mediocre.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, burn.
I think she had that line specially stored.
Yeah, but and I'm thinking now. You said you wonder how Salieri would feel about, like, he would. I think he would be happy about his. I think he'd be perfectly fine with his music coming into sort of new popularity off the coattails of Mozart, but I think he would be less than pleased about his representation of the story. But yeah, no, it's the fact is fact, and you can always read up on it, but legend is, is always going to be the thing that inspires passions, and that was certainly the case for me. I do want to say, and I'm curious now, because we haven't really followed up on it. Did you get a chance to check out the director's cut and the extras?
I did. And I will say it's still a great movie. I'm inclined to agree with you that I think the theatrical cut is probably better paced overall, and a lot of the extra material is, while it can be interesting, isn't something that I really think the movie necessarily needed. There is one set of scenes that I'm sure we will get into that I actually do think the director's cut adds something to the movie. It doesn't necessarily make it better than the theatrical cut, but there was one scene when I was watching the theatrical cut that when it ended, I was like, that's kind of an odd place to end it. And then when I saw the director's cut, I'm like, oh, that's why. and we'll talk about that specifically later. But it's that I thought that those scenes in particular were really good. But ultimately, yes, I agree that like the director's cut probably, you know, some of it is just, you know, different cuts, different pacing, added lines, but everything that made the movie special, much like Nosferatu, as we talked about last week, was already present in the theatrical cut. So
yeah, we'll definitely get into that. It's one of those things where I think that it improves something for a specific character in the story.
yes, exactly.
But it comes at the expense of like the sort of the what's the word I'm looking for? I guess I'll just say a combination of like pace and structure and storytelling that the theatrical cut, you know, is so masterful at. But we'll get more into specifics when we and talk about that. One of the big reasons for people who haven't been listening to me say this over and over for the past number of weeks that we're covering this is because the theatrical cut was just recently released onto 4K, both on disc and on digital, after being properly restored last year. Because for the past 22, 23 years, the original version of Amadeus has not been available except on a very, very, very old DVD. And that has been a crime because, for one thing, fans have been crying out for the original version of the film for all that time, but also the so-called director's cut, not a real director's cut, was made by cutting into the original film negative, and that was done by the producers. And that was a mistake because that basically ruins the original film. And that's why we haven't had this version properly released since then. But over the past number of years, there's been an extensive effort to recreate the original theatrical cut using not only the original film negative, but also an interpositive and maybe other sources. I'm not sure, but they've done a beautiful job at recreating that original version. And I'm glad that this will now be the version of the film that people see moving forward. But also, if they want to check out the director's cut, it's available. It's still available on Blu-ray. It's available as an extra if you buy the digital copy. So it's still there, but the original version is the one that looks all sparkly and new in 4K, which I'm very happy about. And on that note, I will say that when I sat down to watch this edition a few days back, or maybe even a week ago when I first got it, it was like cozying up in a warm blanket. And I think that speaks to how great the original cut of the movie is, because I only actually lived with that for 3 years before the director's cut was released. And then the director's cut was the version for the next 20 plus years, but it's never completely felt right to me. And so just getting to watch that original version again, and just everything felt like it clicked into place in just the right way. And then I watched it again today and I was just grinning ear to ear. So yeah, it feels like, I feel like this is a bit over the top and melodramatic, but it does almost, because it's such a cherished film in my sort of library of movies, it really does feel like I've gotten some part of myself back that has been missing for 2 decades. And yeah, I'm overjoyed that now whenever I want to, I can pop in the film that I fell in love with, and I can watch it over and over and over again, like I did initially when I fell in love with it, much to my parents' chagrin. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm very glad that the original theatrical cut is now available. And, we sometimes give the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences grief. This is something that they did right. That was part of I think the Academy Film Archive was one of the groups that was actually helping to restore the movie that won Best Picture at their awards back in 1984, 85.
And also should give props to the George Lucas Family Foundation.
Yes,
as well.
Some might consider that ironic, given George.
Yeah, I know.
But I am sure at least that George Lucas did not cut into the original film negative of the original Star Wars movies to make his new and updated versions. He just has them locked away in a vault somewhere, signed under blood oath to Disney to never release them. So now and forever, it will be McClunky, and I have made my peace with that. But I know you have the originals.
I'm like in the words of Jeff Goldblum, life finds a way.
Funny how that works.
I just want to I want to do a sort of less traditional type discussion for this because I have already this is one of the films that has been discussed before on the channel, though you and I haven't gotten to do it. But this is also a celebration of the film. So I really just would love to run through the sort of different elements of the movie and we can have a discussion that way instead of, going through beat by beat, because also it's a long movie.
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that because this is, as they say, Gwen, your party. So I, in particular, on this night, I think that it's only right that you steer the discussion where you see fit, and I will be happy to go along for the ride. And because we're also, as we know that the Oscars are going to be starting about 25 minutes here, and so we're going to have kind of a second screen experience, and we may, we're anticipating that there may be some wins we're not as happy with, but if by some chance, say like Nosferatu wins something, we want to be able to react in real time. That's not going to happen probably, but I can hope.
Honestly, just anything, any of its 4 awards, I don't even care which one it was. It would just be nice for Nosferatu to be an Academy Award winner.
I am holding out for cinematography. If I could have one wish for this Academy, it would be for Nosferatu to win cinematography, but I don't think it's going to happen.
It is not going to. It's like you can't really beat the branding of "we shot this in this division."
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about that later. But I guess I really do just want to start off by talking about the music first and foremost. Because, as we just discussed, this brought me into my love of classical music, but I also want to say, it's not as simple as just saying, oh, we're doing a movie about Mozart, let's slap some Mozart music in the film. This is a meticulously crafted score for the film, and the way the pieces are chosen, the way they underline the drama. It's just staggering. I am gonna show off stuff throughout the night. I do have, this is the original soundtrack album that I bought all the way back in 1999. And, and I listened to it a billion times over. And they did actually, I do also have a director's cut soundtrack that has more music, but I still listen to this one because it has sentimental value. And that's another thing. I listened to that anytime I was in the car with my parents. I'd have my headphones on and I'd have the portable CD player and I'd be listening to it. And I'd be listening to, if it was something like Don Giovanni or the Requiem Mass, and one of my parents tried to talk to me, I'd be like, wait. I was that guy. And so it's just an absolutely brilliant, the way that everything is. I mean, right from the start, where the use of the 25th Symphony over Salieri's suicide attempt, it's just so brilliant. It just starts the movie off on such a, an amazing note, which sidebar, I do want to do it. We're not talking about the cast yet, but big shout out to Vincent Schiavelli, for his quick performance as Salieri's valet. He's so hilarious, even just with 2 or 3 lines. But yeah, just it's on, and the music is used in such a great way that it's a character in the film, and so much to the point that you don't even mind like when they give the movie over to like extended opera sequences, and in fact it's a feature of the film. I just remember I was just as entranced with the bits of the operas that we were getting to see as what was going on in the actual story of the movie, but then also they inform what's going on. I mentioned Don Giovanni. I think that is just, it's a masterclass of like the use of the opera, the staging of the opera and the music combined with what's going on with both Mozart and Salieri, Mozart as he's conducting, Salieri as he's watching, and as old Salieri is narrating, what's going on. I just think it's so utterly brilliant, and it almost breaks your heart that it could never have been eligible for best original score, because it's just so brilliantly paired with what's going on screen. It's just, and there, like I said, there's a reason why it made me fall in love with classical music. It's not just the music itself, it's the way it's used. And yeah, I think it's one of the best uses of music in a film ever. And yeah, in one moment I do want to highlight in particular. I suppose I could have saved this for when we talked about the technical aspects, because also this speaks to the editing and the cinematography. But there's this great moment, which was probably one of the formative moments, where I realized the extent to which all these sort of different elements of making a movie can combine to just make an absolute masterpiece, which is it's when Mozart is turning Salieri's March of Welcome into this much better piece, which is actually a piece from The Marriage of Figaro. And there's this push in on Salieri as he's sort of shifting from side to side, trying to look like happy and amused at what's going on. And as you get closer in, it just gives way to this irritation and this glower as he buries his eyes into Mozart's and the back of Mozart's head. And it's just, yes, it's a brilliant execution of cinematography, direction, acting, but it's also that music, that music that's driving it. And yeah, it's just, I do credit that moment with really sort of teaching me what was possible in cinema with all those different elements. And yeah, I just, it's such a like brilliant execution from top to bottom.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm happy to let you wax rhapsodic about the music, because even though I, love film music as well, I don't have quite the same, backing that you do in terms of like understanding exactly how all of these pieces of music were came together to make the film what it is, because I haven't seen it as much as you have. I understand definitely why this movie was not nominated for original score among its other 11 nominations, because, if you're going to use Mozart's music, use Mozart's music, and anything that you were adding along the edges is probably going to get lost in the shuffle. So, but in terms of a feat of music composition, of taking those pieces and, as you say, pairing them with the scenes so that they actually complement and drive the story, because this is a movie about music and musicians. I think it's a masterclass. I think that the music is obviously just beautiful to listen to in and of itself, but the way whether it's the the kind of the lighter, more fun pieces, or it's the dark, sweeping, tonal epics leading up to, of course, the famous unfinished Requiem that kind of forms the culmination of the movie. I was just extraordinarily impressed, and it is one of those movies that like you almost could tell the story of the movie from the music alone, much like what you do in an opera. So that tracks.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to like highlight some moments and pieces that like have always been like, I mentioned the 25th Symphony that opens up the the movie. It's just like it's so great because that's just an explosion of like really amazing propulsive driving music after this great comical scene that which, but by the way, that opening is so brilliant in the way that it bounces back and forth between tones. Like you have the start with the great opening notes of Don Giovanni, and you hear Salieri screaming into the night, Mozart, you know, and so it's very dramatic, it's heavy. But then you go to the interior of his estate, and you got Vincent Chiavelli and the other guy who's with him, and like, Signore Salieri, open the door, be good now, Signore, we've got something special for you, something you're going to love. It's like, and I love it when, especially when he says, that's enough, Signore, open the door. Signore, if you don't open this door, we're going to eat everything and we're going to leave nothing for you. And I'm never going to come and see you again. And it's so funny. And then it cuts to, the sound of Salieri. Well, I think before that line, you hear Salieri screaming, but it's such a high-pitched scream that actually it's almost kind of comical. But then you hear the sound of the piano, that he's fallen down, and all of a sudden things get serious. And then when they bust down the door, and he's bleeding from the neck, and then the music kicks in, and it's just all of a sudden it gets super serious and dramatic again, and that's the whole movie. It bounces between just incredible like pathos and emotion and drama to like insanely ridiculous comedy, and it's perfect all the way throughout. You never feel that the tone is wrong or off. It's just so beautifully executed. I'm getting away from what I was doing. I was going to talk about the music, but I just couldn't help. Like it's such, I could just say masterclass over and over again this stream of like how to execute a movie like this. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I love the balance of tones in this movie, starting, as you said, from that dark operatic opening, which culminating, pairing it with the dude literally putting his face in the whipped cream cup, which was my first big laugh of the movie. And I'm like, I don't think Salieri is going to want that whipped cream if he knows what you did to it, buddy. But then obviously the horrific image of Salieri bleeding from the neck, having attempted to suicide, and then cutting into like the dark music as he's being carried through the streets, and then winds up in the mental hospital, which as you noted is the mental hospital that also was shot from Nosferatu. And I kind of had the reverse experience where I was like, hey, that is the hospital from Nosferatu. But I in particular, the reason I think it's so effective is because it kind of helps establish that in this time, these characters are, human, and they contain darkness and light just as all of us do. And it makes it feel much more like a living, breathing movie rather than a history document. Because I have to admit, given from what I knew of Mozart, before I became familiar with this movie, I knew he was a, composer who had died in the mid 1700s, and I'm like, and you see these pictures of him, and the picture looks very stately, so you're like, he must have been a very stately man because he made great work. And then you're like, oh no, maybe he did have this other side to him. And obviously Salieri pitches a much darker character, but he has moments of incredible empathy and humanity to pair with it. And that makes it feel much more realistic and much more of a an exciting movie to watch, because it's not all of one thing. It's not a grim dour march towards death, and it's not just a light frolic. It blends the two beautifully, just as life does.
Yeah, and I think that that's also one of the things, one of the reasons why I prefer the original version of the movie, because I think that it keeps the tone a bit more balanced throughout the film. I think the director's cut gets a little too dark too early, and so that's another reason why the original version is always has always sat better with me. But anyway, it is sort of back to some of my favorite music moments. But you know what? That's impossible. I'm just going to list every single instance throughout the movie. But I guess some highlights, obviously the great sort of, conclusion to the abduction from the Seraglio that, or earlier in the film, everything with, the marriage of Figaro obviously is beautiful with the, especially the fourth act, which when Salieri just goes, the fourth act was astounding. And I mentioned Don Giovanni, which I just think is like so mesmerizing. I would love to actually get to see the full opera like in person one day. And it's again, I could just go through and list everything. Obviously, everything with the Requiem Mass is stunning, but particularly Salieri's speech to Father Vogel, about his plan, to steal the Requiem Mass, especially when he's like, Requiem Mass for Wolfgang Mozart, composed by his devoted friend Antonio Salieri. And he says, such depth, such passion in the music, and God forced to listen. powerless to stop it. It's just, oh God, it's so great. And, and the music drives it all. So it's, we're not in the performance section yet, but like, dear God, everything that F. Murray Abraham does in this movie is just mind-blowingly incredible.
It is, and when we get to talking about that, we will both have much to say because he obviously is one of the greatest. It's one of the greatest performances ever, frankly. I think, but I will just because you mentioned Father Vogler, that poor guy, he just wanted to get his confession, and like he got so much more than he bargained for, and watching him like slowly descend into like disbelief and horror over the course of the movie is one of the movie's like best black comic running jokes.
This guy, by the time he gets here, he's been through it.
Yeah, I think he might be considering a new line of work after this.
Oh God, yeah, I'm gonna praise him when we get there, just because I think it's probably the most underrated performance in the film. But it's just there was a piece I specifically wanted to mention that I kind of skipped over in my rush to get to the Requiem. There's a wonderful piece that I've always loved. It's when Mozart plays the outside concert in front of the emperor, but it starts off when Salieri is paying, his spy, which is a very young Cynthia Nixon for anybody who's paying attention.
I literally did the Leo DiCaprio pointing at the screen meme when I saw that because I'm like, she looks so familiar, but she's so young. Like, and then I looked up, I'm like, oh my God, it's Cynthia Nixon. It is her.
I just love the way that starts off when he goes to hand her the coin, and it's so like it plays into, and that's also like again sort of talking about the differences between the two cuts. Yes, as we'll kind of talk about the addition of the scene between Salieri and Constanza is great. It adds a lot to both of their characters, but also I feel like it does come at the expense of making the proceedings a bit too dark at that point in the film. Whereas I feel like when that's taken out, moments like this are actually quite fun because Salieri is being kind of dastardly in his maneuvering, but it's fun to watch because it hasn't gotten to like, yeah, he's sending in a spy. That's bad, but it does have this kind of, it has a more lighthearted quality because it's like two rivals trying to best one another, and so yeah, I just think the music works so great with that, and yeah, and I just, it's so great. It's another chance to just enjoy the music of Mozart, and actually, it's one of the moments where we get to, because the movie is kind of centered around like these big moments of composition from Mozart when he's doing like this opera, that opera, but this is one of those moments where we get to see him like performing a concert piece, for the royalty, and so it's nice to be able to really touch on some of those kinds of pieces, like his concertos and things of that nature. So yeah, so I feel like I've sufficiently waxed poetic about the music, but I'm sure we'll do more of that as our discussion goes on, because obviously the music is tied to every moment in this film. So, but let's talk about the performances. Let's just go all out on them. I mean, let's go ahead and start with the man, F. Murray Abraham. Just this man, that face. he's so good. Like, this is a guy like that. This is how I came to know him as an actor, was this film. And even though it was probably not the first thing I saw him in, because he was actually in a small independent 1998 movie called Star Trek Insurrection. But I had no idea it was him at the time because I didn't know who he was. But this is where I became familiar with him. And it drove me crazy because, except for the aforementioned like Star Trek movie, it felt like he wasn't like nearly as, like, I don't want to say, like, obviously he was acclaimed and and everything, but it felt like he hadn't had anything on the scale of what he did in this movie, for years after the fact. And it's been one of my great pleasures to see him really have a resurgence over the past 10 years or maybe even longer, just with stuff like oh god, what's the Showtime show about the terrorism, Homeland. He's in that, and in the Grand Budapest Hotel, and he's popped up in numerous other things. So I just remember when I started to see him in a lot of things again, I was like, yay, because he's such a phenomenal actor, and it's really a pleasure to get to see him in a lot of stuff again. And but just his performance in this film is like so like beyond incredible. And it's funny because when we see like the flashbacks of him, so much I say flashbacks, but like the main story, so much of that is he's doing so much non-verbally a lot of the time. And so much of the backbone of his performance is in the scenes where he's the older Salieri, in the brilliant makeup by, I think the makeup artist's name was Dick Smith, if I'm getting that right. I'm going to look it up just to make sure I didn't get that wrong. But it's like, that still stands up so incredibly well. It looks fantastic even now. But yeah, and just, I talked before just about all the scenes where he's talking with Father Vogler, and just you know, even from those opening moments when the father says, all men are equal in God's eyes. And that's when Salieri gets interested in him. And he's like, are they?
Yeah.
And like, I feel like there's an interior monologue at that moment where he says, for the next 24 hours, I'm going to fuck with this guy. And yeah, it's just like he's so absolutely stunning in so many different ways. I like just little, you know, obviously he has the big monologues, but just little things like, you know, when you know, when he tells Mozart that he's going to intercede on his behalf to the emperor, and he's like, with all my heart, Mozart. And then it cuts back to the older Salieri and he says, I don't need to tell you. I said nothing, whatever, to the emperor. I went to the theater to tell Mozart something, anything. That's why, like, he actually is really funny throughout the film, as dramatic as he gets. I think F. Murray Abraham actually handles the comedy really well, especially like you get early scenes where he's sneaking in, you know, to get like little chocolate treats, and he's just great.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was astonished by this performance. Now getting to appreciate, and we are multi-screen too, Mother Roy, because it's like T minus 3 minutes for the Oscars, I think. But yeah, I was just so in awe of F. Murray Abraham's performance, both in his guise as the older Salieri under all that great Oscar-winning makeup, and as the younger Salieri in the flashback scenes. And in particular, you know, I'm glad you had mentioned Homeland, because that was actually the first time I remember seeing F. Murray Abraham and like knowing that it was F. Murray Abraham and knowing that he was Oscar winner F. Murray Abraham. And when I saw that, you know, he won for Amadeus, I remember thinking, oh yeah, I think I saw that part of that movie like way back in the day in my music class. But you know, I'm sure he was good in it. Oh, he's more than good. He is extraordinary. And what I find so compelling about these two distinct performances is the fact that, as you said, his performance in the flashback scenes is much more, you know, reserved, and it's much more focused on facial acting, and he doesn't have a lot of the big grand speeches. Whereas in the older Salieri, is much more, you know, lyrical and eloquent, has these long, beautiful monologues that he also gets to, you know, act and put some physicality into, even though he's just mostly bound to a chair. But what makes the performance a unique and special one is the way that those two work together. Because in a lot of those scenes, like, you know, like I'm thinking specifically of the scene, for instance, where Salieri is looking over Mozart's compositions, having just seen, you know, realized who Mozart is and that he's not who he thought he was. And just the way that F. Murray Abraham's doing just this silent facial acting in that moment, just in conveying awe and disbelief and envy, and you know, and jealousy and beauty, and it's paired with the older Salieri's voiceover talking about what he's feeling in that moment, and you can see everything that the older Salieri is talking about unfolding on F. Murray Abraham's face in the younger version. And that is a testament to a great performer and great direction and editing, because it makes it clear these are the same man at different points of his life, but they're thinking the same things. Their passion is still shared, you know, across time, and it's just extraordinary. That moment. I tend to think that F. Murray Abraham could have possibly even won Best Actor, even if it was just one or the other of those two performances. Maybe supporting actor for, you know, if it was a smaller role. But putting them together, it is truly undeniable.
Yeah. Geez. And I will never forget that look on his face when he hears Mozart say, my music, they've started without me. Just that slow pushing to him, and the jaw dropped. And which, by the way, I have to say, I'm convinced more than ever that I am one of the thickest movie viewers in the world, because especially back then, because it is almost like shoved in your face within minutes that this this guy is Mozart. And Salieri's voiceover says, which one of them could he be? And then it cuts to Mozart and Costanza running through the crowd. It's like, duh, you wouldn't. And then later on, you wouldn't be spending time with this guy if it wasn't Mozart. But apparently that didn't penetrate for me. So when he said my music, it hit me at the same time as it hit Mozart, or it hit Salieri, and I was like, oh shit. But it just made that moment all the more amazing. And yeah, I just, it's so great. And I always even now when I watch the movie, I want to shout at Salieri, just help the dude out, get over yourself and be nice to Mozart. But that's just not who Salieri is. And and we can talk about that being the sort of central thing of the movie, is that Salieri has pledged himself to God on the condition that God bestows immortality onto him through his music. And I would say, considering the fact that considering everything, I think God helps Salieri out quite a bit. But Salieri doesn't see it that way.
Yeah, I was gonna say it almost seems a little bit more like a devil's bargain in certain ways, because that's the classic nature of a bargain with the devil, is that he gives you everything you want initially, and then he kind of pulls the rug out from under you and causes you to come crashing down. But I think the reason that it's fitting that it's a bargain with God is because ultimately it is Salieri himself who kind of breaks the faith. Whether or not it was truly providence that Salieri's musical Luddite of a father passed away and allowed him to kind of.
By the way, again, is another one of F. Murray Abraham's great moments. And you know what happened? A miracle.
Yes.
And then the look on his face, like some kid who's been caught stealing candy, It's like, my life changed forever.
And yeah, that might have been the first moment when Father Vogler was like, oh, what have I got myself into here? But yeah, it's because ultimately, yes, Salieri gets everything he wants in that he gets to become a musician. He becomes a very successful musician. He rises to court composer in the emperor's inner circle. And his life honestly seems to be going pretty well, and even as you had mentioned earlier, his vows of chastity, it seems like, that is one he might be kind of, pushing back on a bit, because it's implied that he's in love with that opera singer who he later
another great line. Understand that I was in love with the girl, or at least in lust.
Yeah, at least in lust. Yeah, he knows himself better at this age. But yeah, no, he is a mortal man, and mortal men have those desires, and they are inclined to, sin and break the faith. But what Salieri being in love with Caterina is not sin. It's just that he kind of sees it as part of his pact that he can't. That he promised this to God, that he would be chaste in exchange for great music. So he holds himself back, perhaps to a greater extent than he otherwise would have. And it makes those moments when he finally starts to realize that all of this is not quite what he imagined, it causes his, his faith to be shaken and then curdle into, blackness and hate and ultimately, murder. And I think that is one of, but again, throughout all the movie, God isn't like, he convinces himself that God has chosen Mozart as his instrument because of his music is so beautiful. But for Mozart is a mortal man too, and he clearly has his own flaws and everything. And I think if Salieri was able to see more outside of that prism, that it's just that like Mozart's talent must mean that he is more favored by God than me, then he might have realized his life is actually pretty damn good. But he is obsessed, and that is that type of single-minded obsession in these stories almost always leads to downfall. And so Salieri does fall, even though it takes him, as he sees it, 32 years to finally hit.
Yeah. And by the way, I do want to take the opportunity to note that the title of this film, although obviously it calls to mind Mozart's middle name, Amadeus, it actually does mean beloved of God, which makes it, such an incredibly fitting title for the film. But yeah, no. And I will say that even though I've established that the theatrical cut is, my go-to version of the movie, and that's the one that I love. That's not to say that like added elements are without merit. You talked about the fact that Salieri's chasteness being part of his deal with God, and we get a bit more of that in the director's cut with him talking specifically saying to Father Vogler, as part of, him keeping up his end, he says, I kept my hands off women, that's, part of the thing for him. And then that ultimately is part of what drives the separation between, when Salieri turns against God, when we get to the deleted scene with Constanza, that it's like, is God really gonna let me do this? We're pushing it to the brink here, and so that's why I do like what that all does for the story. But ultimately, I think it's right for the movie to pull it out. But it makes that aspect of his character very interesting, and it does feel like from his perspective, he's being trolled mercilessly by God, which but yeah, no, it's so much of this is just like Salieri's sort of bringing so much of this on himself, and it's that's why I say I always watch the movie and I'm always like, please just stop being so selfish and bullheaded and take a wider view of this. And actually it's always been a shame for me when it gets to the scenes later in the movie, on Mozart's deathbed, because you feel like this is finally when, I think he starts to gain an appreciation for actually how hard Mozart actually does work, and maybe if he had come to that realization a little earlier, maybe I don't know if things would have been different, or if he would have just still been bitter and angry. But yeah, but all throughout all of this, F. Murray Abraham just delivers just such an absolutely stunning performance that again bounces back and forth between like really intense high stakes drama and comedy. One of my favorite bits of his is when Mozart takes Constanza and Leopold out to party, and it just so happens that Salieri has ventured out for the night. He's just looking for a nice distraction, and all of a sudden he hears Mozart's laugh, and the way he jerks himself around in abject horror is so hilarious.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's all of those moments. It really is also, kind of the interplay between the two where the real magic happens, because, if Salieri wasn't so obsessed with, proving that, he could, be as good as Mozart, or resenting the fact that Mozart it seems so effortless to him when it really is not. The two of them might have been friends, because they do seem to have genuine friends. Obviously, Salieri pretends at friendship, and Mozart seems to consider Salieri at least a peer, if not a true, friend in that way. But by the end, it's clear that these two men are united in their shared passion for music, and they are probably the only two people in this particular orbit who actually understand each other on that level, because for all the other characters in this movie who profess to love music, it's clear that they don't have the same burning need for it that Salieri and Mozart do. It is truly their life. And that's why that final scene on Mozart's deathbed is so extraordinary, because even though we know at this point that Salieri has very, evil motivations for this scene, the bond that seems to be going back and forth as Mozart is dictating to Salieri, and Salieri is writing it down, and is finally starting to anticipate some of what Mozart is going to say. You're these two characters actually are operating on the same wavelength, and it seems almost like Salieri is irrespective of his plan, relishing this opportunity to, observe Mozart's greatness at work. And Mozart at this point, given the fact that he's about to die, is more or less just grateful to have a friend, somebody there who, understands what the toil of what it takes to make music like this.
I think one of the most tragic things about the end of the movie for Mozart is that he dies believing that Salieri is a true friend.
Yeah.
And it's oh no. Just some other moments I want to hit on, and then if you have anything, you can talk about them. Just obviously the scene where Constanza brings Mozart's music to Salieri for in an effort to get him the royal appointment, and just again, it's the interplay between the old and young Salieri, and the music, and just his whole monologue there. These were first and only drafts of music, but they showed no corrections of any kind, not one. And that whole monologue is just so great, and the way it reaches those heights. The line that I put on to advertise the stream, I was looking through the cage of those meticulous ink strokes at an absolute beauty. And then cutting back to Salieri, just in ecstasy, reading the music, and it's just so amazing. It's moments like that are just such a highlight of the film, and it's all F. Murray Abraham just unleashed.
Yeah, honestly, you almost could consider some of those scenes that F. Murray Abraham is doing a silent performance, but he is conveying so much expression in just those moments, and doing something as simple and you would think not as cinematically exciting as looking at sheet music. But in those scenes, you're just wrapped and riveted to the screen because F. Murray Abraham holds your attention in that way. And it helps, of course, as mentioned, that we get the inner monologue of older Salieri narrating over those scenes. But also just, as you had mentioned at the start, the way the music plays, and like one of the first scenes that really like dawned on me just how extraordinary what he was doing, what is more of the older Salieri, where he's talking about, he's describing the music of Mozart, where he says, on the page it looked like nothing. The beginning simple, almost comic, just a pulse, bassoons and basset horns, like a rusty squeeze box, and then suddenly high above it an oboe, and then the oboe comes in, and then it's taken over by the clarinet, and a single note hanging there unwavering so a clarinet took over and sweetened into a phrase of such delight. This was no composition by a performing monkey. This was a music I'd never heard, filled with such longing, such unfulfillable longing. It had me trembling. It seemed to me I was hearing the voice of God. And I was like, I don't remember what F. Murray Abraham's Oscar clip was for the 1985 Oscars, but that could have been it. But obviously he has no shortage of them.
And this feels like a good time to just pause and praise the writing of Peter Shaffer, who wrote both the original stage play and this film, which have a number of differences. They're just, obviously, one is similar to the other in sort of, the sort of overall picture and much of the dialogue, but the film really is a different beast. And to have just been able to work with the director Miloš Forman in really sort of almost, it's similar to what I described on what Denis Villeneuve did with Dune, which was to break it apart and rebuild it.
Yeah.
And that is what I feel like was accomplished with this film. And for a writer to be able to acquiesce to do that to his own work, that's a tall order. And just, but the dialogue in this thing is out of this world insane.
Yeah. No, I actually I'm very glad you brought up Peter Shaffer, because, that was one element of the movie that I not really known or appreciated about, back when I originally encountered it way back in the day, because I knew this movie had been directed by the great Miloš Forman, who had also done and won an Oscar for previously, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and rightly won for this as well. But one of the things that first struck me when I was watching it this time was when the title card comes on and it's not Miloš Forman's Amadeus, it's Peter Shaffer's Amadeus. And me being, not having read it, I was like, who the hell is Peter Shaffer? And I was like, oh, right. he's the guy who created this whole damn thing originally on the stage. And, thank goodness for it, because, yeah, it is a great, film script in and of its own. It is a great adaptation, even though I have not seen the original stage production of Amadeus.
I was such a nerd for this that I actually I don't remember if I bought it or if I'd gotten it as a present, but I have a copy from I'm sure it was just mere months after I fell in love with the film. So it would have been 99, 2000. I have a paperback of the original stage play. And like a proper nerd, I read it right away and very quickly.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure it's great, but obviously the stage plays and movies are very different things. They have different needs. We had talked about this when we did our Wicked discussion about how when you're adapting something into a different medium, you need to play to the strengths of that medium. And if that means killing some of your darlings from the original format, whether it's a book or a stage play, perhaps you need to do that, And it's to Peter Shaffer's credit that he recognizes it, because I think that there are a lot of writers who would have trouble with that, have trouble with taking something that they had written and then recognizing oh, I'm going to have to change this. But it was perfect the way I wrote it originally. It's like, yes, but it's not, it was perfect for this medium, but now you're doing it in another medium and perhaps you have to do something a little bit different, And I was going to make a joke that George R.R. Martin could never, but then I remember he has adapted, somewhat. In the early seasons, he did write some scripts and, he did make some changes, but I'm sure he wasn't.
Yeah. In the interest of moving us along, we can continue to praise F. Murray Abraham throughout the stream, and I'm sure we will. But let's move on to the other headliner of this film, Mr. Tom Hulce, as Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, who in any other movie with this performance would have ran away with the Best Actor award, but he was sharing the screen with F. Murray Abraham. But I've always loved that when F. Murray Abraham won the Oscar, he said the only thing missing is having my brother Tom Hulce up here with me, and I always thought that was really sweet of him, but just what an amazing performance, which is largely the more comedic of the two roles, but also goes into some very dark, dramatic places, and ultimately leading us to the electrifying scene between them at the end of the film. But he is just like so amazing. And of course we can't talk about Tom Hulce in this movie without mentioning the outrageous, wonderful giggle that he gives Mozart. Because I've gotten to see this on stage with actors doing their own spin on it, but nobody does it like Tom Hulce. I just remember watching this movie in class, and the reaction from collectively from all the students in the classroom and I think they missed the first giggle in the scene between Mozart and Constanza, when they're playing around, but it was the scene where he's getting the wigs fitted on. When I think the class heard it for the first time, and it was just such a bizarre thing, and I don't think any of us knew how to take it. It was like, it's pretty much exactly the reaction that the court has when he goes to meet the emperor. Just stopping dead in their tracks and just staring at him like, what the fuck was that? But it's so wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, it takes commitment to make a performance choice like that and stick to it and make it feel like a natural part of the character. Because I'm sure that, again, for somebody who may have thought of Mozart as a more stately composer of the era, that giggle is going to bring you out of that mindset real quick, because it is a very childlike, immature sounding giggle by design, but it is entirely in keeping with the character that Tom Hulce is playing. And you mentioned that he starts off as a much more comedic performer. His first scene literally involves him crawling around on the floor and talking backwards and making fart jokes. And you're just like, this is not what you would necessarily expect from a great man or a great actor, but Tom Hulce commits to the bit. And over time, we get to see the layers of his true, nature, and kind of the wounds that are at his heart that drive him are revealed. I remember I had not been as familiar with Tom Hulce's work. He has not been done as much as F. Murray Abraham, obviously. Although I will note that the first thing I had ever encountered Tom Hulce in without realizing it was him as the voice of Quasimodo in The Hunchback of Notre Dame. And I think that came later, obviously. But
I will say, yes, it's true. He hasn't had as much sort of high profile work over the years. He was also in Animal House back in the day, which is what my dad would know him from. But I will say, in regards to both this and Hunchback of Notre Dame, those are two great things to have on your resume, because the great thing about Disney movies is that they have proven to be okay. We can quibble about some things being dated with with Disney movies, but in general, they have proven themselves to be timeless in many regards. There's a reason why, for all the issues that people raise about it, like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, is still, a considered an amazing classic of animation, of cinema, over 70 years, after its release, or longer. Is it longer? How it came out in like 37 or 39. So
yeah.
So how long? How long has it been? 80 years over that? Math isn't working.
So it would have 1937. So it would have been 88 years. So
yeah. So point being, it's not a bad thing to be the title character in a Disney movie.
No, it is not, or the title character in this movie, because as we had mentioned, it is kind of notable the fact that one could argue that even in this movie called Amadeus, Salieri is arguably the lead character. He starts off the movie, he ends the movie, his perspective kind of drives most of the movie, but that's really not fair because they truly are co-leads in this respect, and it's one of the reasons I'm so grateful for the fact that looking back at it, that even though it meant that one of them had to lose, both of them got nominated for lead actor. That rarely happens. It is
and in fact it has not happened since this film.
Yeah, and which is a kind of a cool stat. It's also a little bit unfortunate because I wish sometimes that movie people could recognize that there can be two actors of the same gender as leads, but it's because they want to win. And I'm pretty sure that if this movie were coming out today, some hack producer would have said, well, then maybe Tom Hulce should go supporting, or maybe Sally or F. Murray Abraham should go supporting. And
I don't think I don't think even today they could have gotten away with having F. Murray Abraham go and supporting.
I don't think so. I don't think so either. But then we would have had Tom Hulce as the titular character in the supporting, and that maybe he would have won. But that would have felt like the biggest category fraud ever. So I actually think it's fitting that they both got nominated for lead actor, and ultimately F. Murray Abraham won. But as you said, he called out Tom Hulce in his speech, and rightly so, because part of the reason F. Murray Abraham gets to do the great work that he does in this movie is because he has Tom Hulce as Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart to play off of. And he really is kind of the instigator for much of Salieri's darkness. And that makes Wolfie's own darkness kind of all the more fascinating to watch when we do get to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm just trying to think of all the, you mentioned his first scene where it's like that gives us an impression of the character. Just after he's proposed to Constance, and then he carries on, and she's slowly deciphering it, and she goes, "Eat my tish shit." Eat my shit, you filthy. And it's so great that Salieri figures it out before she does. And he's just shaking his head. Oh God, it's so great. Yeah, and then when he goes on to, and there's so much. What's great about this, and I don't know if we've really touched on this yet, but I feel like the character of Mozart is what adds such a sense of modernity to this film, where even if that modernity is rooted in the 80s, but obviously he's meant to evoke like a rock star, but it's just his whole sort of persona, it's just feels much more modern, and somehow it works beautifully, and modern even to the point of the fact that he moons his benefactor early in the film. And it's just and when he's pleading his case for the marriage of Figaro, and he's like, oh, Bello, be honest. Which one of you wouldn't rather listen to his hairdresser than Hercules? which is such a great line. Yeah, and so yeah, I think that's one of the great things that he adds to it, and the fact that many of the Austrians speak with an American accent, and it's the Italians who speak with the British accents, and it just brings everything down to the level for an American audience where we feel comfortable with this, because it doesn't feel like, and I don't mean this in terms of my own feelings, but just in terms of like how these things are generally viewed. It takes us out of the realms of so-called like stuffy period films and into something more relaxed and fun.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it worked so well for audiences back in 1984 and why it continues to now.
Yeah. No, and as we said, like, we have a tendency, sometimes a bias, to look at history as very stuffy and very, reserved and very formal because it's all in the past. And especially when we're telling movies or stories about great men, but in this case, it's like, this is probably, this is what royal court life at the royal court in Austria probably would have been like, because, I don't think that, the emperor, for all of his other potential faults, he clearly, like, he loves music, and he wants to fill his halls with it, and he wants to fill it with people, and the people want to have fun. This is so that they're gonna act a little bit less like the dignified, stately, things people that we might expect just from their costumes, which are gorgeous, but they are ultimately, they're cutting loose. You mentioned that great scene where F. Murray Abraham's Salieri is he is moving around and trying to try all the little different sweets in Mozart's table, and then we see Costanz crawling on the floor, Mozart crawling on the floor, and all these masquerade parties that they attend where they're just singing very bawdy songs, and you're like, this is much more reflective of the actual human experience of the time, even if it is not what we would think as historically accurate. But it makes the movie feel alive, and I have a feeling that if it was much more of a if it was much more of a reserved take on this this subject matter, it would not have been nearly as entertaining as a movie, and would probably not have done as well as it did.
Yeah, they strike a really good balance at making everything feel much more modern, but yet also not but not out of place. It's sort of a it's a halfway point between the sort of traditional period movies and A Knight's Tale, where it doesn't go so far as to actually play "We Will Rock You." It's sticking to Mozart's music, but it does share a vibe without going all the way to having modern things.
Yes, there is no movie that is more gleefully anachronistic than A Knight's Tale, and that is what makes it so great. And that would not have been the right choice for this biopic, but but it does, as you said, kind of convey a similar spirit by having Mozart, play his, his more light and fun music at the beginning, so that we can get a sense that this is a guy who is loving life right now, because he's incredibly talented. People acclaim him wherever he goes. He has a beautiful woman that he's in love with, and now he's getting to make music at the court of the emperor himself. It's understandable. He's like, this is great. I'm just going to have a great time and laugh. And, and he has no idea that poor Salieri is sitting over there plotting his demise, because it honestly would never have entered his head. It's like, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who is interested necessarily in the court politics or positioning himself. And part of that is because he has always been the best. There is a great scene earlier, he was a prodigy from a young age. There's a great scene where they where he talks about where they're asking him basically to submit samples to the emperor so that it can teach his like niece, and basically he's like, why do I have to submit samples? And they're like, you're not the only composer in Vienna, you know, other people want this position too. And he's like, yeah, but I'm the best, so it should just be me. And I'm like, and that's the truth, he is the best, but it's like you still have to play the game a little bit, and that's kind of where some of his flaws come to play.
Yeah. Now, as because I do want to talk about the other cast members, I have a question for you, Jared. Though we're about an hour and a half in, do you want to pause here, switch gears, and talk a bit about the Oscars in 2024, or should we go through Amadeus and save that for after the fact?
I'm fine with either way. Because I don't want us to feel like time constrained necessarily when it comes to talking our favorite films of the year. But I also, if you were happy to do it now, we can do it now. I do. You know, we are about an hour and a half in. I don't know how long this one's going to be. Because I would expect the next performance we're going to talk about is Kastan's Elizabeth Barrage's, and I think we're going to have a lot to say about her. So if we want to do that after the de facto mid-roll, we can do that, or we can do it now.
Yeah, my only thought is that I'd like to actually have our discussion about the year before the awards start to trickle in.
Sure.
Because then it becomes a different conversation a little bit.
Sure. I think they just gave out the first. I think Kieran Culkin just won Best Supporting Actor, which was expected. So, yeah, they're starting.
I don't have thoughts about that. Although I haven't seen the movie, so that's probably not fair of me. Yeah, okay. So we're going to pause here on the Amadeus discussion, but now we're going to talk about the other thing that we teased for this stream, which was sort of a year in review of 2024. But stick around because we still have a good amount of Amadeus to talk about. But you know, it is Oscar night, and we want to devote some time to this. So yeah, let's do it. Question is, how do we want to do this? I'm not looking to be super organized with sort of talking about the movies that I want to talk about. Do you have like a top 10 list that you wanted to go through? How do you want to do it?
I do, and I think perhaps what we could do is we could just kind of name off our respective top 10 for the year, and then we can kind of find some interesting points to discuss, because for one, we're going to have some of the same movies on our list, and two, we have probably already talked about a number of those movies on this channel for 3 to 4 hours plus. So we may not need to devote quite as much time to that, but then maybe we can focus on some of the other hits that we have not done streams on, and then kind of talk about our thoughts on the year in film as a whole. How does that sound?
Yeah, let's I'm gonna say let's switch that up a little bit. Let's split it in half. Let's each name like say 5 movies on our list, and then we can sort of compare and contrast those, and then we'll touch on maybe, and then after that, let's go into some of our top ones. Although I have to admit, I'm cheating. I actually have like 11 or 12 movies that I want to name. It's That's my channel. I can do what I want.
That's fine. We're not going to be sticklers for that kind of stuff here. All right. So I guess I'll do kind of like my quote unquote bottom 5 of the top 10 first, which for me, my number 10 film of the year is a movie that we had touched on briefly, around the time it was coming out, but we never actually did a discussion of it on the channel, which is Furiosa, a Mad Max saga.
Yes. I do have
obviously,
some posters. I might miss a couple because I don't know your entire top 10 list, but I did try and get the big ones.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's Anya Taylor-Joy. I was always going to see it, and it's a prequel to Mad Max Fury Road. I was always going to see that. But I really think that this movie, frankly, deserved better. It was not the smash success that Mad Max was. Famously, Mad Max got 10 Oscar nominations and won 6 and was critically acclaimed as one of the best movies of the year, if not the decade. And Furiosa is, I think, perceived by some as a disappointment because it wasn't as financially successful and it didn't get that same acclaim. I kind of think that's unfair. I don't think to be fair, I do not think it is as much of a instant indelible classic as Mad Max Fury Road. But as a prequel to that story and as a companion piece to that story, I think it's really damn good. I think Anya Taylor-Joy does an incredibly admirable job showing us the younger version of the character that Charlize Theron made so iconic. I think Chris Hemsworth playing the delightfully delirious, unhinged Dementus is having the time of his goddamn life, and he's so good at it.
Honestly, I'm not quite sure if I feel this way, but I wouldn't argue with anybody who said that he stole the show because he is so damn good. But I also this came at just the right point for my sort of fanboying / fangirling, whichever, depending on what mood I'm in, of Anya Taylor-Joy. I was so ready to see her in this role, and I love the fact that I adored Charlize Theron, as Furiosa in Fury Road, but this was to also get this version of Furiosa was just so much fun, and just amazing, and it's fun. It's one of those things where it had a lot to live up to, so I get why it wasn't the smash hit that Fury Road was, but yeah, it's also on my top 10 list, and I just adore this movie so much. And I got a really nice steelbook edition of the 4K, so I'm very happy with I think it has that poster art actually. No, it doesn't. I was wrong. It would have been cool if it did, but it still is a pretty cool steelbook.
Yeah, no, that is awesome.
Yeah, no, I loved it, and I would say I only have one criticism about the movie, honestly, and that was that I'm not sure that the ending montage works for me of having all that Fury Road stuff, because I would have liked the movie to kind of stand on its own a bit more. But that's a quibble. I get why George Miller did that, and it's fine. Everything else, though, I'm like, no, this works outrageously well for me, and yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, and again, I wish it had been more generally acclaimed. Ultimately, I think that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. These films are very personal to George Miller. If he wants to keep making them, I hope he gets the chance. I hope that this doesn't mean that he doesn't get to revisit this world, but I have a feeling he would find a way. And the only other thing I just want to touch on for Fury Road for Furiosa is well, obviously Anya Taylor-Joy and Chris Hemsworth are the deserved headliners. I find myself I was surprised by how impressed I was by Tom Burke as Praetorian Jack, Furiosa's love interest, effectively in the movie. I found their scenes together to be very sweet and unexpected, and also to shout out the actress who plays Furiosa's mother in the beginning of the movie, Charlie Fraser, who I had seen in this in a like a rom-com recently called Anyone But You, and thought she did a good job. But this was just on another level, even though it's ultimately the first.
I would also like to shout out. I don't know how to pronounce her name, but Alila Brown, who plays the child in Teen Furiosa.
Yeah.
Because she's a very big part of this movie, and because much of Furiosa's story in this film is told through her, throughout like the first half of the film. So yeah, it's a real sort of amalgamation of those two actresses in this film, and then Charlize in Fury Road, and all three of them are just phenomenal.
Yeah, and that was something I was not expecting. Like, Anya Taylor-Joy basically doesn't appear for like an hour into the movie, and I was like, loving Anya Taylor-Joy as much as I do, that could have been a demerit for me, but Aaliyah Brown was so great that I just didn't notice or care.
Yeah, so let's actually do this. Let's sort of alternate, and yes, we're going to have shared things on our list, but that's okay, because we'll just that means we don't have to double up on those conversations. We can just move right past. As I said, Furiosa was on my list. Movie that I want to mention first, I want to give a shout out to the artist of the poster I'm about to put up. His name is Matt Ferguson. He did this poster as well as another one I'm going to put up. But for this film, this is something that a lot of people did not pay attention to, and they should have. And that made me very angry, and that was Transformers 1, the animated Transformers film, which is, in my opinion, probably I know this is damning with fake praise, but it's probably the best Transformers film outside of the original 1980s animated film. And I'm also a big fan of the Bumblebee film from a few years back, which is really good. But Transformers 1 is just amazing. It's as I said, it's animated. It tells the story of way back on Cybertron when Optimus Prime and Megatron were actually friends, and they weren't known as Optimus Prime and Megatron back then. I think Optimus was called Orion Pax, and Megatron was B4 or B7, one of those, or D7. I don't know. It's one of those letters and numbers.
D16. It sounds
D16. Like. There you go. God, I might catch some flack for that one. But it was just so great. It's got a more, like, for much of the film, it's got a more family-friendly tone. The humor is modern, but it's also got a lot of emotional pathos. And by the end of the film, you just feel like it's just such a loving tribute to these characters, and it takes you on one heck of an emotional ride. And yeah, I just think it's one of the most underrated films of the year, and unfortunately something that not a lot of people went to go see, and it's a shame, because it was really damn good, and should have been nominated for Best Animated Feature, but it wasn't. So yeah.
And I will acknowledge being part of the problem. I have not seen it. But
you're getting Paramount Plus though, so you
I know, and that is actually part of the reason why, was because I actually was planning to go see this in theaters, and then one day I looked up because I didn't get to it right away, and I'm like, oh shit, it's already gone, because it didn't do as well, and so I am looking forward to it. Like you, I've had a conflicted relationship with the Transformers movies, some of which I think are fine, some of which I think are the opposite of fine, and some of which, and my favorite of the live action ones is probably Bumblebee, because of the great Haley Steinfeld performance. But I am looking forward to this one because it feels a little bit more like a Transformers movie in the vein of the classic, how we knew the Transformers as kids, which is the big and obviously the dynamic of like these two ancient enemies were once friends is kind of a trope in movies, but they just did it with the Mufasa, Lion King and Scar dynamic. But I think everything I've heard about this one and the performances by Chris Hemsworth and Brian Tyree Henry makes me feel like this is going to be
and it's got
movie
Scarlett Johansson. I can listen to Scarlett Johansson's voice all day long. She's great, and it also has TJ Michael Key, Steve Buscemi, Lawrence Fishburne, and John Hamm. So it's a really great cast.
Nice. All right.
All right, you're up.
So my next one, my number 9 for 2024, is a movie we have talked about before on this channel. A small independent, film that didn't make that much money, called Deadpool and Wolverine. We did do a stream on this one. 3.5 hours, relatively modest, but it was ultimately the promise of having these two characters share the screen, and Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman specifically. It lived up to everything that we wanted from it. The fact that it also gave us our official introduction of the X-Men into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and that it featured a number of absolutely outstanding cameos, which I don't know if we want to spoil. We may or may not. I think people have seen Deadpool and Wolverine. Fuck. The fact that this movie brought back Blade, and it brought back X-23, Daphne Keane as Laura from the movie Logan, just
Elektra,
made me so and then Channing Tatum for the first time as Gambit.
Like I'm still discovering like jokes from his character. Like the one that didn't quite hit me at first was when Deadpool says when he says they call me the Gambit, and he says, "Are you sure you didn't just really want them to, and it never quite happened?" Like that was one that flew over my head as to what it actually meant, and. Yeah. I just love it. Yeah, this is also on my top 10 list. It's just, it was a dream come true, in an age when a lot of people are being down on the MCU. Like this is something that just soared for me. And it was bringing in and respecting so many elements of the Fox X-Men universe that meant a lot to me. And so, yeah, the cast is just amazing. I think it's Hugh Jackman got some of the best stuff that he's ever had the opportunity to play in this. And, and it's my, because I'm much more of a Wolverine fan than I am a Deadpool fan. So like this inevitably is actually my favorite of the Deadpool films. Just because it was such a long time, coming and something that I've been waiting for. It's in a lot of ways, this was what Spider-Man No Way Home was for the Sony, the Marvel universe. And this was that for the Fox universe. And I kind of hope they're not done with that. I'd love to see them continue that on for the rest of, through to the next Avengers films. But like if this is the swan song of the Fox universe, they did wonderful job with it. And like shout out to all the great use of Madonna in this film.
Yeah. I don't know if she got quite the same bump that Kate Bush did from when they used her song in Stranger Things, but I think Like a Prayer was charting for a little bit after this movie, even from the trailer. I mean, this, like, obviously the movie was just outrageous fun, but it ended up actually being, more emotional than I thought it was going to be. And in particular, serving as you had pointed out, a very fitting tribute to the Fox era of Marvel storytelling, not just of the X-Men, but also of things like the Fantastic Four. And now that we're moving forward with new iterations of those characters in the MCU, it felt right that in this multiverse or saga, they are not just sweeping that under the rug. They're basically saying, you were part of this too and always were. And that's what, the movie ends with the end credits of, I hope you had the time of your life, with behind the scenes footage of all the
that becomes more and more emotional
yeah.
for me the more times I watch it.
Yeah.
And by the way, I have to say that this may be the most rewatchable movie of the year.
Yeah, it is ultimately just it made over $1 billion for a reason. This movie just had that alchemy that works. And so yeah, it's my number 9 of the year.
Yeah, so I'm not going in any order, so I'm not gonna say the numbers for mine. I'm just like going all over the place. I'm gonna go ahead and throw in there Conclave.
There you go.
Which I saw a couple months ago. And did you get to see it?
I did. It is slight spoiler alert. It is also in my top 10 of the year. It is my
this is like one of those movies that's just like an actor's movie, where it's just like you watch it for all the stunning turns and like, but the execution is so great too. It's the score is great, the direction is great, the writing is great. It's just and honestly, just getting to watch actors like Ralph Fiennes, John Lithgow, Stanley Tucci, Isabella Rossellini, and others just like act, opposite each other. Like, it was just so great. And I won't lie, I kind of like the ending of the movie as a big fuck you to all the people who might have a problem with it. It's such a thrilling movie in that it's about an election. It's like they somehow just made that really, really compelling and enthralling, and I like that it's got twists and turns to where things that you think are going to happen don't necessarily fall out that way. I thought it was kind of unpredictable in that way, and yeah, just I just have to keep saying, like, the performances just for me drove this, and were just so amazing. I do want to call out some of the other cast members as well. Lucian
Missamati,
who many of us know from Game of Thrones. He played Salador San. Bring me my red shirt. It's like he's not playing a good person in this, but he's great in it. You got some other lesser known actors, Brian F. O'Byrne, Carlos Diaz. And I'm trying to see if this one actor is who I think he was. No, I don't think he. Oh no, he is. Okay, yeah. Again, don't know if I'm getting his name right. Jacek Koman, who plays Archbishop Wozniak, and many of us will know him as the unconscious Argentinian from Moulin Rouge. When I saw him, I was like, "Who is that guy? I know him." He's the one who first goes to Cardinal Lawrence to say that something's going on. It's just a slew of great actors and tense drama, and I just, and again, gotta like praise the score. They used the score for the movie in the trailer.
Yeah.
And it was so good that I just assumed it was like trailer music that was meant to be like tense music, but then it was in the movie. I'm like, oh, this is great, because it's such a mood setter.
Yeah, it's an awesome score. It would be a worthy winner at tonight's Oscars if that does happen. I think Conclave's going to pick up a few, not the least of which will probably be for the writing. The adapted screenplay is one of the best of the year. I will shout out another name who we have not mentioned outside of the cast, which is Edward Berger, who is the director of this movie, and who I was familiar with because he directed one of my favorite movies from 2 years ago, the incredibly haunting and powerful war film All Quiet on the Western Front, which was probably the runner-up to Everything Everywhere All at Once that year, but he didn't get a Best Director nomination for it and somehow missed one this year, and I think that's bullshit.
Oh, like one of many bullshit things.
because this is a movie. This is a great. This is just a incredibly well paced and well crafted and well written and well put together thriller, anchored by a understated but powerful performance in Ray Fiennes. And I just thought it was
like his like speech early in the movie to all the other Cardinals is just like, wow, if that's already happening in this movie, what else does it have in store? Just great. Yeah. Okay. So unless you have anything else to say about it, you can go ahead and.
No. I mean, I like I said, we did a slight skip ahead on my list because Conclave was my number 7 of the year.
Well, I do just want to say real quick before we press on that, sort of what you said about this is sort of a movie. This is one of those that I feel like, it was one of those where I had trouble like putting it like in my list. That this is why I have 12 instead of 10, but because it's almost easy to underestimate this movie because it seems so like expertly made and it does it so flawlessly, but you're like, no, you still have to make sure you pay tribute to it because it is one of the year's best films.
Absolutely. Yeah, and shout out to the composer, Volker Bertman, who composed that great score, who won deservedly for All Quiet on the Western Front. Very different score, very, not pleasant to listen to on its own outside the movie. This is just a great score within it.
Yeah. All right.
So my number 8 of the year is another movie that we have touched on but haven't fully discussed because we've talked about other movies in the franchise that we love. But this was kind of what I would consider something of a not necessarily return to form because but definitely in the old classic vein, which is Alien Romulus. This movie is probably, it's a relatively stripped down version of the Alien story. It gets back to basics, as it were. And in this case, I think it was the right move because, as much as I enjoy the kind of larger mythology from the Prometheus and Alien Covenant sequels and think those movies have actually a lot of merit, particularly Prometheus, this just was a good old-fashioned, alien movie. And it was anchored by some incredibly, strong performances with Kaylee Spaney as the lead, but in particular, David Johnson as the
it's sort of tradition that it's become a tradition now that the android, the sort of main android of these films becomes almost like the most like interesting part, but that's by no means saying anything against the rest of this cast, which is so great. I'll just go ahead and say big shocker because it's not like we share a lot of similar tastes or anything. This is also on my top 10 list.
Nice.
And once again, credit again to the artist I mentioned, which now I'm blanking out on. What did I say his name was?
Was it Matt Ferguson?
Matt Ferguson, yeah, who did this poster, which I happen to think is probably the best poster that was made for the film. And I'd like just the cast for this thing. Kaylee Spaney, as Rain. I mentioned David Johnson as Andy. Archie Renault as Tyler. Isabella Merced, who actually, first thing I saw her in was the Hulu original film, Rosalind. She played Juliet. She was fun in that. Then also Spike Fearon and Aileen Wu, are also in the film, as well as surprise, a bit of a controversy for the film, but we also have the embodiment, one should say, of Ian Holm, which, all criticism aside, I enjoy having his presence in the film.
Yeah.
But it is, I think it is probably the most flawed aspect of the movie, but everything else is just so brilliantly executed. This is just one of the sort of most beautifully rendered and artistically triumphant, alien films in many years. And I say that one who has a really big soft spot for both Prometheus and Alien Covenant, largely because of Michael Fassbender, and he's like the only thing missing from this that I would love. I want to have him back in some form in a future film, because David is one of the best things from any of these films, but not having him in this one is fine, because they were going off in a different direction. And yeah, I think the cast is amazing. The emphasis on old school visual effects, it lends a very tactile feel to the movie, even with the criticism that the character of Rook gets. A lot of that is rooted in using an animatronic. Mm-hmm. And so even there, they went and tried to, incorporate old school effects for that as well. So I think it's a great effort, and it's not going to, but it'd be kind of cool to see this win effects. But then also we're both rooting for another movie to win best visual effects. Yeah. So but they've got some good ones to choose from.
Yeah, this is a case where I'm just happy with the nomination as the reward, because it is exceptional work, and the movie that's probably going to win the category is kind of an undeniable front runner. But in particular, what I really loved about this movie was it probably gets the closest to capturing the feeling of true horror since the original, because the other movies have all had incredible horrific sequences, and obviously Aliens does too, but Aliens is much more of like a rock'em sock'em action movie as well. Obviously, phenomenal. We talked about it on the channel, but in particular, like some of the sequences that the director Fede Alvarez, who is famous for doing low budget horror movies like Don't Breathe and the Evil Dead movie, he just, like, some of the sequences just come from like his twisted mind, and he put them on screen, and they're just thrilling to watch. Like the sequence with the aliens and the blood that's floating in the air and zero gravity that they have to navigate through. I'm like, that's something we've never seen in an alien movie before. It's so cool. The sequence of the asteroid belt, or the rings of the planet at the end. The weird ass creature that we get at the end, the kind of the alien human hybrid, like that is some freaky shit.
Which I really love, because it ties in to the other films with the engineers, but this is like something like it's like leaning back in that direction, but totally wrong and skewed, and it's and most of all, I just love that this movie is gross at so many turns, because that's what an alien movie should be. And it's one of my definitely one of my favorites of the year, and I'm really glad that this is on both of our lists, because it's so much fun.
It is scary but fun, which those can go hand in hand. So okay. What's up next for you?
All right, so for me, this is one that if anybody is paying attention to this, I'm gonna get some comments about this one, but you know what, it's my list, and I get to pick my movies. Next up for me is Joker Folie à Deux, which got a shellacking, critical wise, bombed at the box office. But you know what? Screw all y'all, because I saw this before I knew what the reaction was, and I fucking loved it. It's like, it brings all the sort of darkness and character drama and emotional pathos of the first Joker film, but it brings in Lady Gaga, and it's a musical. And it does it so beautifully, and like, both of these characters are so amazingly demented. They're perfect for each other, and yet also they're not. Like
the Joker and Harley Quinn.
It's just so amazing. Lady Gaga in particular, just like, every second she's on camera in this movie is electrifying. Mm-hmm. And she's really twisted. Extremely twisted. And Joaquin Phoenix's performance is just so heartbreaking. And this movie ends in a place for his character that I gather is probably the source of some frustration on the part of some audience members, but I actually thought it was a great commentary on sort of society's fascination with violence, and and propping people up in a way that may not be what the person being propped up wants deep down. And I maybe some people just didn't respond well to that, but for me, it felt perfectly in keeping with this character, with this iteration of the Joker in Arthur Fleck, and I just thought it was an absolutely beautiful film. I love everything about it, from the performances to the cinematography to the musical numbers again, and it just, for me, it was instantly, I saw this movie and I was like, there's no way that movie's not winding up, pretty high on my list for the year. And it just so happened there's a lot of movies that kind of pushed it down a little bit, because I started to really like some other movies quite a bit. But for me, this is one of the most underrated films of the year. And you know what? If other people don't like it, that's fine. This is one of those cases where I'm perfectly content having my own opinion on it. And yeah, I loved it.
So it is not on my top 10 list, but I am so glad it's on yours, because I do agree that this movie got something of a shake. I think, like, I was looking forward to it immensely. It was one of my most anticipated movies of the year, largely on the fact that it was a Joker sequel, featuring Joaquin Phoenix once again in the role that won him his Oscar, well-deserved Oscar for the first Joker. And it was adding Lady Gaga, who I just want nothing but great things for, specifically in film, because obviously she's an incredible musician. I love her work as an artist. But in particular, when she broke onto the scene as an actress in 2018 with A Star is Born, which was my favorite movie of that year, and I just thought she was incredible and should have won that year. She's had a couple of other projects since then, but this was the one where the moment they announced she was going to be playing this universe's version of Harley Quinn, I was like, yes. And I think she lived up to the promise, both in terms of just the musical performances, but also just the twisted psychology of the character. And I thought that their interactions together were dynamite. I do share, in terms of the ending, which as you said, I think is where a lot of the controversy comes in. I think where I was challenged by it, but then kind of had to make my peace with it a little bit more, is kind of where these movies have been having their ongoing tension, which is they are movies about Batman characters without really being grounded in that kind of iconography, because let's just go out and say it, this movie presented in the original Joaquin Phoenix as the origin story of the Joker, and a possible origin story. And ultimately what this movie reveals is that this version of Joaquin Phoenix, the character of Arthur Fleck, is not the Joker. that we are going to know and be fighting, and it's going to be going on to fight Batman. And also, it kind of, as you said, takes down the narrative that had kind of built up of, you know, him as this figure for the champion and the people lifting him up to be that when he was not that. And that that was not the movie I expected. I had to sit with it a little bit afterwards. Ultimately, where I come down on it is I think it was a really bold choice. I think that it was incredibly, brave of them to kind of subvert that expectation from us. I think if it works better for me in my mind if I kind of divorce it more from the Batman mythos and kind of just look at it more as a character study of this man.
And see, I think that's why I was sort of fine with that right off the bat, because I've never approached these movies with the assumption that Batman ever enters the story. I know we see Bruce Wayne as a kid in the first one, but this felt like such its own sort of character piece study on, you know, what would a sort of a story like this look like if a person turned into this idea of a character called the Joker. And so I never looked at them strictly as prequels to an eventual Batman story. It kind of felt like its own thing.
Yeah, and I was never expecting this to be like Joaquin Phoenix versus Batman, whether Robert Pattinson's Batman or anybody else. It was a surprise for me that was the direction that the story went, and it really became much more about Arthur in the end. And I also think that, you know, I don't want to kind of give credence to some of the larger social discourse around the movie, but for instance, the first Joker, I also think, even though it was incredibly acclaimed and successful, also got kind of a raw deal because people, you know, before the movie came out, there was kind of a really ridiculous narrative that the movie was somehow glorifying and promoting violence. I remember people saying, like, this movie is going to inspire shootings. And I was like, that's an incredibly dangerous thing to put on a movie like this. And then it didn't. You know, people loved it mostly, even though it was controversial in certain respects. But what happened with that movie is I think a lot of people latched on to, much like some of the characters in the movie, latched onto the idea of the Joker as kind of a symbol of the repressed fighting back, saying, fuck the system. And when the movie has him kind of walk back on that, by the end, I think a lot of the audience felt betrayed. I didn't feel that way, but I kind of think that that's where some of the anger comes out, because people.
Yeah. Whereas for me, I found that incredibly dramatically rewarding, because I think what this movie above all is it's a condemnation of both sensationalism of violence, and also it's a condemnation of the American healthcare system, honestly. And so, yeah, for me, I think I was just looking for something different from it than a lot of people were. And so, and again, this is why I really prefer it when I know nothing about the wider discourse of a movie when I go in to watch it, because then I can have my own response to it. And then I can look at the discourse afterwards and be like, what the fuck? Yeah. Okay. And which, by the way, first of all, I wanted to say, hi, Cassie. Yes, we're just so you're aware, we're not currently in the Amadeus section of the stream. We're using the midsection to talk about our favorite movies of 2024, just in case you were wondering. But we will be returning to our Amadeus discussion when we get through this. But we're kind of letting ourselves, just vibe with where we feel we're going.
Yeah, we're having fun. It's Oscar night, and even though we're, kind of second screening the Oscars right now, we are celebrating movies, which is what the Oscars are about at their best. So again, Joker, Filet Adieu would probably be more in like my 10-20 range rather than my top 10, but I'm so glad it's on yours and that you're.
That's fine. I'm glad though that to hear that that's your opinion of it, because a lot of people we're not that charitable. so I take that as a win.
Awesome. Yeah. So we already touched on my number 7 of the year, which was Conclave. So I don't know if you want me to just skip to my number 6.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which, by the way, about Conclave just won Best Adapted Screenplay.
Cool. That's good.
I think it was expected, but again, very well deserved. One of the best written movies of the year. So my number 6 is another movie that we may not need to spend quite as long on because we have already talked about it on the channel at length. It is a criminally underseen and underrated movie that will become a class, that will become hopefully a classic in years to come. But if not, we'll always love it. And it is The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim.
I think this is both of our number 6.
Nice. Look at that.
We're aligned. And honestly, it would have been in my top 5 until like very recently. And I'm gonna get to I felt very guilty about it, but you know what? It's fine. It's still at a good place.
Nice. Yeah, no, I mean, we talked about it for almost 4 hours on the channel. This is a movie that in some respects, it feels like we stole one because yes, this movie was ultimately made so that Warner Brothers could hold on to the rights of the Lord of the Rings so they could make more live action films down the line. And they didn't give it the promotion that it deserved. And it didn't get, a great response. And it kind of just got pushed out into the world. But as we said on that stream, if all they were doing was making a throwaway movie so they could hold on to the rights, they did not need to go this fucking hard because this movie.
No, they did not. This is absolutely phenomenal. I have been so overjoyed to have this in my home video collection now. Yeah. Because it is such a beautiful film. And this is another one of those movies where I look at the general reaction to it and I'm like, yeah, fuck y'all. Because I love this movie so much. And I do think there's at least a portion of the Tolkien fan community that appreciates it for the beautiful work that it is. And there's even a fan funded documentary that's going to be made about it. I don't know how widely it'll be made available, but it'll still get made, and and yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And in case I didn't show this off enough when we didn't when we one of the past couple of weeks, I got this beautiful art book recently for the film, and it's just it's a new jewel in my collection. So yeah, no, this is just such a wonderful film. And well, hold on, I'm just reading what I'm catching up on what Cassie is writing. Oh yeah, for the document made and archived, and you never know what can happen.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that I will spread it amongst our friend group if it's not made widely available, but things happen. Just yeah, to have this story of Hammerhand, and more particularly Hera,
yes,
who is a character who has been brought beautifully to life now, who went unnamed in Tolkien's writing, but has nonetheless always been sort of at the center of at least what caused the conflict in this story. And I love that they brought the story to life in this way and fleshed it out into a beautiful 2-hour film that now it feels incredibly special amongst it feels special amongst sort of Tolkien adaptations in that it had the opportunity and used it wisely to elaborate on this part of Tolkien's mythology, and now it almost feels like it stands side by side alone with for instance, The Children of Húrin, which was the book that Christopher Tolkien put out, which combined all the different sources to tell that story. And this feels also like an elaboration on this little known story in the appendices, so that it now is a part of the legend. And I feel like that kind of makes it different from the other films in the series. And even I'd argue it's even a little bit different than what Rings of Power does, because Rings of Power is similar in that way, but it's but there's an acknowledgement that Rings of Power is sort of, it has to take certain liberties and go its own path. This film kind of feels like it's elaborating where it needs to sort of to read between the lines a bit of what's in the appendices, but it also feels incredibly true to Tolkien's writing as well. And so I do feel like this is something that you can point to and say that this is a beautiful expansion of the story that we didn't get fully fleshed out. And in that way, I hope that it gains more recognition in years to come, because I maintain that I think it's probably one of the most important Tolkien adaptations ever made. And I know maybe I'll get some eye rolls for that from some people, but I stand by that. And I can only hope that it gets more recognition as time goes on. And I just want to say, like, the animation in this thing is fucking beautiful. Like, this is a gorgeous film.
Yeah, no, I mean, we waxed about that at length, and about the and from all kinds of incredible sequences, like a sequence that features a Mumakil being eaten by a watcher in the water, which is just like so wild. And the nighttime battle sequences, and Helm kind of as this ghostly apparition stalking the Dunedlings, but all above all, the character of Hera, voiced by Gaia Wise. She, as you mentioned, is referred to once in the Lord of the Rings appendices and is not named. And so they had total freedom to kind of make up a fitting story around her. And I just thought that they made an extraordinary character, an extraordinary new heroine, one who truly embodies the legacy of the Shield Maidens of Rohan that would go on to inspire characters like Eowyn in the main Lord of the Rings saga. And just the way that the story, they kind of conclude her story, having basically going on to say that even though the histories won't remember her, as calling back to another franchise we love, we will not forget, because she lived wild and free to the end of her days. And I just was like, if we never see her again, at least we got this story with her, and at least we got this movie, which we own on physical media, and you can't take it away from me. And I will be watching it many times in the years to come.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and show off my copy once again, because it's too damn beautiful not to. Hold on just a sec. I have this absolutely gorgeous steelbook for the movie with this beautiful artwork. There's Helm Hammerhand on the background. Yeah, it's just like, this is going to sit so proudly on my shelf for so many years to come. And yeah, and like you said, they can't take it away from us. It's ours.
Yes, and it's Kenji Kamiyama's, who we should shout out, the director, because again, one of the reasons this movie is the success that it is because maybe perhaps Warner Brothers did not care as much about micromanaging it. They basically let Kenji Kamiyama do his thing, and he just got to make a truly beautiful artistic vision that accompanies a great story. And I'm very happy that we have. It's my number 6 of the year.
You might know this better than I. Have they?
They have not. They've given out Best Animated Movie. They've given out a couple of the shorts. They've given out both screenplay prizes. Conclave and Honora won those. And I don't think they've done the international feature yet. The Substance just won Best Makeup, actually.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise. And I haven't seen the movie, so it's not that I don't begrudge it the win, but there's other stuff that I would have liked to win also. But that's going to be a theme tonight. Okay, so next I'm gonna talk about, I'm going to mention a film that I have been championing ever since it came out about halfway through last year. And not enough people know about this. It's a film called National Anthem, which is instead of a certain other movie that got hoisted up this year for its supposedly telling a trans story. This is a film that should have gotten more acclaim, and unfortunately was almost completely forgotten, except for the what are they called, the Spirit Awards gave a Best Breakthrough performance nomination to Mason Alexander Park. And this film is basically about a young man named Dylan, who does not have his his group, is something that I think many of us can empathize with, until he starts working it takes place in rural New Mexico, and he starts working at a ranch where that is basically a place of, I wouldn't even say refuge, but just a sort of community of of LGBT their community members, and there's just this whole great I already said the word community, but that's basically how to describe it, of like the ranch and sort of the rodeo that they all participate in is, it's basically like, as portrayed in the film, it's almost like it's a paradise of free expression, and where people are free to be themselves and are free to be loved as they are. And it's just this beautiful story of Dylan falling in love with one of the members of that group. Her name is Sky, and that's kind of a fraught thing because she's actually in a relationship with another guy, and so there's a lot of personal drama going on there. But it's just a beautiful film. It's a portrait of an America that could be, and increasingly right now it's we're living in the other America, which is unfortunate. But this is a very beautiful film that I think offers a different vision of this country, and it is just one of the most beautiful films I saw all year, and it's inspiring. And now more than ever, it feels like it's the very existence of the film feels like an act of resistance. And so I really hope that people will seek out this movie. It's like I said, it's kind of gone not completely unnoticed, but it's massively underseen. And I do kind of consider it my duty to try and spread the word on it, and for as many people to see it as possible. And the cast includes not a lot of super famous people. Charlie Plummer plays the main character of Dylan. Eve Lindley plays Sky, and of course, as I mentioned, Mason Alexander Park is also in it. They play Carrie, and yeah, it's such a beautiful film. So I just want to make sure I highlighted that. And yeah, True Cowboy Life was for the outcasts of the world more than not. Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. And and I just hope that more people will see this film. I promoted it over on Blue Sky, and I think I got a couple people interested in checking it out. So that's small victories, but I'll take them.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a case where I think a movie like this deserves advocacy. I will acknowledge I have not seen it. As you said, it is kind of a smaller movie that kind of went under the radar. But your endorsement of it makes me want to see it, because ultimately, I think we need these kinds of stories to continue, especially in this era. And in particular, if, even though I myself am a heterosexual cisgender man, who is not a member of this community depicted in this film, I think that they deserve to have their stories raised up and heard, and for them to be told in a real and human and relatable way. And it sounds like this movie does that. And that's really what we need. We don't want to dwell on the negative here, but, the aforementioned movie that has 13 Oscar nominations tonight that we think does not deserve them, that is a case where I think that the movie is trying to put its issue up front, and it does so in a very clumsy and I find exploitative and kind of gross way that I do not think it serves the members of that community well. And in addition to just being not a good movie, this is the kind of movie that I think members of that community should hopefully have more of a chance to be celebrated, because frankly, that is how we engender empathy, but through storytelling and by showing people as they are living their lives as humans in this world. And, like, as Cassie had said, true cowboy life was for the outcasts of the world more than not, It's like, yeah, these people who have this background and these life experiences and these identities, they can be cowboys and cowgirls too. It sounds like, yeah. And I heartily endorse the message of the movie. Even though I've not seen it myself, I will try to check it out at some point based on your recommendation.
Yeah, and yeah, all I'll say is it feels so offensive in every way imaginable that this movie has been forgotten and that other movie has 13 nominations. I'm like, what the fuck? But it's the way these things go. I hope that in the case I was very happy to see. I recommended this on Blue Sky, and our good friend Obi said not only does he want to check it out now, but he's going to recommend it to they're having a queer film festival where he's at, and so and for me this is the absolute perfect pick for an event like that, just because it's such a beautiful film and it so celebrates these communities. So I just so that made me really happy.
Awesome.
All right.
Do you want to keep, so we've gone through half the list. Do you want to get back to Amadeus, or do you want to keep going? Because we've basically been doing this part of the section for an hour, and I'm having a great time with it. But I also know that you would want to get back to Amadeus. Do you want to do the rest at the end, or you want to just power through now?
Let's just power through, because that's already my number 5. So, okay. So yeah, go ahead with, and we're not actually going to be talking about 10 more movies, because we're going to be sharing a lot on the rest of these. So let's just power through.
All right. And so the next one is definitely a movie that we're going to share, because I know how much you love it. And in fact, you got me to watch it, Gwen. It is a movie that is being celebrated at the Oscars tonight, rightly so. It has won costume design already. It is a movie called Wicked. You may have heard of it.
Yeah, maybe. And I will just go ahead and say that this is my number 2 of the year. Awesome. And yeah, we did a whole stream on this, so we don't have to spend that long on it. But just, oh my God, this movie was everything that I wanted and more. And I don't think any movie this year has made me happier. Like, in terms of just having a stupid wide grin on my face the whole time. And also it was like such an important part of my sort of my journey at this point when the movie came out last year, and I wore my beautiful pink Galinda shirt to the screening, and it just made me connect with the movie even more. And I love it so much. And I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love for Ariana Grande to pull a surprise Best Supporting Actress win tonight.
So, they haven't announced that category yet. It's still possible. But yeah, as you said, like I was always going to see this movie because it was a big, it's based on a very classic story and it has great actors in it. But I wasn't quite racing out to the theater until you basically told me how great it was and that we have to talk about it on the channel. And I'm like, okay, we'll do it. And I ended up loving it even more than I thought I would. In particular, I waxed poetic during our discussion about just how incredible I thought Cynthia Erivo was as Elphaba. And obviously, part of the magic is that she's paired with Ariana Grande as either Glinda or Galinda, depending on which the G is silent, as we know, depending on where she is in the movie. But the magic that those two characters share, both literally because they're both witches, and figuratively just because of the bond that they ultimately develop, where their kind of mutual enmity at the beginning becomes a very sincere love by the end. Like it really is a love story between these two women, platonic mostly, but I just found it to be so powerfully moving, particularly at the end with what they did with the defying gravity sequence. And we're going to get the second half of the story next year, and I find it hard to believe they're going to top it, because one of the commentaries about Wicked as a musical is famously that the first half is stronger than the second half. But I have such faith in this creative team and the director John Chu to kind of bring that second half of the story up to this level and complete the picture. And they're going to be joined by great cast members like Jonathan Bailey, who's also awesome in this movie.
Which can I just say, like, this pushed me to finally watch Bridgerton, which I've been wanting to watch for a couple of years now. I just have never gotten around to it. But after I saw Jonathan Bailey in this, I was like, oh my God, he's so great. He's just instantly so charismatic when he appears on screen, and he he breathes like new life into the film when he steps on. So like whatever was going on before was great, but now as soon as he comes in, he's got like a whole new, like the movie's got a whole new energy. And I just thought it was great. I'm being like, that's one of the things. Also, like, I really wanted to see Penelope's story in season 3, just because that looked like it would be such a great story, and that was right, because I loved it. But yeah, no, it's the whole cast of this is just phenomenal, and I just the most joyous experience of the year for me at the cinema, and I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah, it's great. I'm so glad you got me to watch it. I'm not sure what Cassie is going to fight me on in the chat. Maybe that I said that the second half of Wicked isn't as good as the first. Let me know, Cassie. But I mean, I have every confidence that the second movie is going to deliver, because I think John Chu just did such a good job with this first one. And I can't wait to see it later this year. It's my number 5 last year.
Okay, so next up for me, which is my number 4, is The Brutalist, which I just got to see this past week, and have since bought it on digital because I had to watch it again. And my second viewing at home made me love it even more. It is both like equal turns, like a story about American optimism, and then the descent into hell that is capitalism, and and just the horrors of how many Americans really feel about immigrants. And yeah, but it's such a beautiful film. The cinematography obviously is breathtaking and gorgeous. It was shot in VistaVision. The score is out of this world. And of course, I think that it features 3 of the absolute finest performances of the year by Adrian Brody, Guy Pearce, and Felicity Jones. Felicity Jones, like, when you see this movie, her final scene will knock your socks off. She's absolutely incredible. And she doesn't even actually show up until the second half of the film, although we do get her voice in the first half. But she is such a presence even throughout that first half of the movie. in a lot of ways, this does feel strangely connected to The Pianist, because this is almost like what could have happened to Adrian Brody's character in The Pianist after that film. And if he had been an architect instead of a musician. And Guy Pearce, oh my God, at turns wonderfully charming and also diabolically horrible and evil and twisted. He's just like so amazing, like just so incredible. Yeah, this is one of those movies that sort of in the vein of There Will Be Blood, that feels like it's going to, you know, kind of stand as one of those timeless pieces of cinema in years to come. And what I'll add about the cinematography is it has an almost look of old vintage, like cinematography from the era where not even all of the film specs are cleaned up. It kind of just lets it be of the period. And yeah, I think it's an amazing film that is both like a joy to watch, but also difficult to watch at other times. And so, but yeah, it is very much about the double-sided coin that is America, where it can lift you up and dismiss you just as quickly. And yeah, so an absolutely incredible film that I knew, like, as soon as the movie started, I was like, oh shit, this is going to disrupt my top 5. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. No, I will just to circle back for 1 second. I think Cassie has clarified that what she said she was going to fight me on is that Gelfie is at least one-sided canon, and you won't convince me otherwise. I will die on that hill. And you know what? Actually, I think I'm okay with that interpretation.
I actually agree. I think that it. I think that yeah, Delinda is in love with Elphaba. Yeah. She may not be fully aware of it, but she is.
Yeah, and honestly, there's no fight, Cassie. I concede. That is a great great pull. But in terms of The Brutalist, so I have not seen it yet. This is a movie I am going to watch based on your recommendation, and just because I've become more and more interested in it. I feel like a couple weeks ago when we were talking about how not satisfied we were with some of the Oscar choices, I made a kind of disparaging comment that I really wasn't that interested in seeing The Brutalist. I regret that. I think I gave that movie an unfair shake based on my initial reaction to its trailer and from what I had heard about some of the scenes in the third act. But as I've kind of opened my mind to it a little bit more, I'm starting to recognize that it is a truly extraordinary achievement. I've heard people call it a new American masterpiece. And
yeah, and to be clear, there are some very difficult scenes in the third act, but it's all rooted in sort of exploring the dark heart of America. So I feel like there's purpose behind it. So yeah.
And obviously I'm a big fan of actors like Guy Pearce and Felicity Jones, and Adrian Brody is obviously, been kind of under the radar since he won his first Oscar for The Pianist, but has been doing some solid work for years. When I heard that Brady Corbet made this movie for under $10 million and that apparently it still looks and sounds dynamite, that's an achievement of filmmaking in and respective of itself. So I'm looking forward to watching it now very much. It's unfortunate it's only available to buy right now. I didn't get a chance to purchase it before the Oscars tonight, but I will watch it. And I have a feeling it will be a difficult watch, but it will be, that the best art at times needs to challenge you in that way, and particularly with what our country is going through right now. It sounds like this movie is very much a movie of the moment in that way, in addition to being a movie that will hopefully stand the test of time.
Yeah. Okay. You're next.
All right. So in keeping with the themes of the Oscars, my number 4 movie is a movie I don't think will be on your list because of what some exchanges we've had about it off camera, but it is a movie that the more I've thought about it is a movie that I do sincerely love and want to champion. And it is Anora.
It's not on my list, but I still got the poster ready.
Yeah. Good. So for those who don't know Sean Baker, he is basically one of the longest working purely independent filmmakers left in Hollywood. Every single one of his films that he's made since 2000 has been an independent film. He has never made a studio film. He writes and directs all of his movies, edits all of his own movies. They're oftentimes shot, very cheaply. He did a movie in 2015 called Tangerine that was famously shot entirely on his iPhone. Speaking of stories that promote the trans experience in a positive way, that is a movie that does so. But this is kind of the crowning achievement of his filmography in many ways. He'd kind of broken through a little bit in 2017 with a movie called The Florida Project that got Willem Dafoe an Oscar nomination, but that was its only nomination that year. And I liked that movie, but I thought it was also flawed in some respects. I think Anora is probably his most completely realized work in his entire career, and he has a great partner in it because the actress playing the title character, Mikey Madsen, she is extraordinary.
I want to be clear, even though it's not on my top 10 list, Mikey Madsen is fucking extraordinary in this film, and I'm kind of rooting for her tonight to win Best Actress. I don't know. I don't know if Demi Moore is sort of favored to win potentially, but I haven't seen The Substance, so I'm gonna root for Mikey Madison because she's just out of this world amazing. And yeah, like we talked off camera about some of the things I have sort of some issues about. That's not just the fault of this film. It's sort of a fault in general about the way filmmakers in and out of Hollywood kind of tell stories about sex workers, and the fact that this kind of still is a tragedy in many ways. And so that's where I kind of bump up against it. But there is still so much to praise about this movie, from the performances to the directing, the cinematography, just the writing. It is a beautiful film. So like, I'm very happy it's so high on your list. And maybe it would have even cracked into mine, but like all of the movies that I've listed thus far, I fucking love. so it's just, and it ended up being and I didn't even stick to 10. I had to go with 12. So, so it's ended up actually being a tough year for me as far as compiling the top films.
Awesome. Yeah. No, I mean, and the thing about this movie, we had just been talking how The Brutalist kind of explores the dark underbelly of the American dream, and I think Anora does as well in a different way. She's the title character is a young, basically, I think Russian American woman working as a sex worker, as you point out, and the premise is she basically falls in love with this kind of fun but ultimately immature son of a Russian oligarch. They run off and get married, and it is ultimately it is kind of a Cinderella story. And the first half of the movie really revels in the joy of that. It's when they're having fun, when they're racing through Las Vegas, young and in love, and kind of defying the world. It just feels great. And then the movie takes a turn. In the second act, it's a little bit more comedic, as some other characters get introduced who are kind of, the people working for Annie's parents who want to get the marriage annulled. But by the end, it becomes a true tragedy. Just seeing this young woman who had allowed herself to believe in the possibility of this love and this future for her, and seeing that slowly get taken away from her, like bit by bit until there's almost nothing left. It was shattering, honestly. And Mikey Madsen just did a phenomenal job portraying that. And the final scene, which again, I know you said you had some issues with the way that was structured, but the final scene between her and Yura Borisov's Igor hasn't left my mind since I saw it. Not so much just because of the image, but just in terms of the emotions behind it. But ultimately, I do see it still as a hopeful story, because in the really, I just went through such a journey with this character of Ani, Honora, that I just wanted her to be okay. And based on the spirit and the fight that she showed, I believe she ultimately will be, even though this is a devastating experience for her in the movie. But the movie itself, I think, is a real work of art. And if it is considered one of the best picture frontrunners tonight, if it wins, or if Sean Baker wins, already won original screenplay, I will consider it a deserving capstone for his career. And considering some of the other movies I thought might win Best Picture this year, I am more and more at peace with this being a representative of the year. Again, not my favorite film of the year, but I do think it is a truly, excellent film, and it's my number 4.
Yeah, and I will say I actually do want to watch it again, because also I had so much focus on, is this a good representation for sex workers, sort of angle on it, but also the film is also very much about, in a lot of ways, very similar to what The Brutalist is about, which is sort of the class dynamics and the evils of capitalism, and so looking at it from that way, I think it's an extremely powerful film, and this is one of those that it may end up growing in my estimation, once I get to see it another couple times. And I will say that I'd be interested to listen to some audio commentaries on this. And even though it's not the first thing I would think of in terms of wanting to buy it on physical media, but the Criterion Collection version that's coming out in a couple months is going to have a lot of bonus features like that on there, and 2 commentary tracks that are not on, and the digital version has none of those extras. So I'm like, God damn it. Maybe I'll end up getting it. We'll see. Okay, so my next one is, I think it's going to be one that registers for both of us, and that is a little film by a guy you may have heard of. His name is Robert Eggers, and that film is Nosferatu.
Yes, it is on my list. Obviously, I won't reveal exactly where quite yet, but yes, obviously, if you didn't realize that we talked about this movie for almost 5 hours last week, we fucking love this movie. We think it's great.
Yeah, and it's funny because in any other year, this would have been number 1, no question. But just so happens that my top 3 films are all equally brilliant, and so I had to make some tough choices. But we just talked about this, so I don't feel like I have any fresh insights. But just to hit the the major points, obviously Robert Eggers, fucking genius. The musical score is beyond brilliant, and God damn it, Lily Rose Depp should have been nominated and won Best Actress tonight.
Yes.
So,
preach.
yeah.
And since you have it up on the screen here, this is just an awesome poster too.
It's
This is the kind of
incredible.
poster I would hang on my wall. And we were talking earlier about great movie taglines. I think that this movie tagline, "Succumb to the Darkness," is one of the best in recent years, because it really is what the movie does feel like at times. It feels like a beautiful, entrancing nightmare, intoxicating and alluring, but also horrifying. And all of that is embodied in Robert Eggers' confident and extraordinary direction, Yaron Blasky's stunning, should be winning Oscar cinematography, and Lily Rose Depp's all-time great performance. I mentioned in last week's stream that I kind of considered her to be among actors like Jodie Foster and Ellen Burstyn and Natalie Portman and Sigourney Weaver is giving all-time great horror performances. And I truly believe she belongs in that company. It's just some of the best work I've seen in the past several years. And the rest of the cast is great too. Bill Skarsgård as the titular Nosferatu, Count Orlok, Nicholas Hoult, Miss Aaron Taylor Johnson, who we both thought did really underrated work, the great Willem Dafoe, the great Ralph Ineson, Emma Corrin, and Simon McBurney having the time of his goddamn life.
We praised so much last week, deservedly so. Like, he's just having such the greatest time of his life. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, again, it's on my list too. I'm not going to reveal the number quite yet. Just keep a little bit of suspense. But yes, it is a masterpiece, and I'm so glad it's so high.
Yeah, it's just absolutely incredible, and which I feel like I want to watch it again now because it's so damn good. And like, you know, I increasingly I love more and more whenever I go nuts for a horror film, because I am traditionally not a horror film fan. And it's funny, when I said I was going to see this movie, I said in Nosferatu, yeah, it's a horror movie, and my dad went, "A horror movie? You're going to see a horror movie?" I was like, "Damn right." Yeah, so fucking love it, and that's my number 3.
Awesome. All right, so. Well, I feel like a lot of the movies that I've had on my list so far are movies that you have also seen, Gwen. I'm not sure this next one will be, but I heartily endorse it, because to go from darkness to just
I'm
light
curious.
and fun,
I'm really curious.
You know, based on the fact that we talked about all 3 before movies, how much of a fan I am of Richard Linklater. He had a movie last year. The movie was called Hitman. It stars Glenn Powell and Adria Arjona, who you will know from Andor. And it is just so much fucking fun.
I know of this. I just haven't seen it. I recall that my godmother did not think very highly of it, but I put more stock in your opinions than her. I hope she's not listening. Sorry, Marianne.
Well, I mean, so let's just get out the way. So this is not like the weightiest movie in the world. You know, Richard Linklater kind of vacillate. You know, I think his before trilogies are masterpieces. All 3 of them. He's done some like more, you know, serious work that's gotten Academy attention, like Boyhood. But he also likes to just make these kind of light, fun screwball hangout comedies. And Hitman is kind of more in that vein, but it's also a little bit more like an elevated genre movie. Basically, the premise is that there's Glenn Powell, who you may know from movies like Top Gun Maverick, kind of a young, and Twisters, you know, kind of a young rising star. He, you know, conventionally good-looking guy, but in this movie he plays a kind of a mild-mannered, or actually we shouldn't say mild-mannered, he plays basically a professor of philosophy who teaches at this local college and kind of leads a boring life and is really kind of happy with that. But he has a little gig on the side, moonlighting, where he works with the local police department. And then one day they pull him into this scheme where basically they run this, you know, unit trying to entrap people, no, not entrap people, but basically catch people who are trying to hire contract killers to either off their spouse or somebody they don't like, a hitman basically. And he has to step into that role and kind of play the hitman. And he finds he's actually really good at it. Helps them put a lot of people away. And that section of the movie is just really fun. But where it levels up is when he receives a request for a hit and a meeting from this woman Madison, played by Adria Arjona. And she basically is a woman who is being abused by her husband, and she has no recourse left to turn. And in a moment of desperation, she's decided to try and hire this hitman. But when they come together, there's an instant spark of connection between the two, both of empathy and of physical attraction. And he actually ends up talking her out of it, But then they end up catching up later, and they kind of sort of fall in love a lot. And this is where the movie just gets really, really fun, and why we end up rising so high, because, we do ultimately love movies that are not afraid to be romantic and are not afraid to be sexy. And that kind of depends a lot, not just on great writing, which Richard Linklater delivers in spades, but on performances and the chemistry between those two actors. And you may have heard the phrase, those two actors, they had chemistry for days. Let me say this definitively. Glenn Powell and Adria Arjona have chemistry for fucking weeks. if not months. They are so hot together in this movie, and so great and so fun. And it's just, but also it's a very sweet and sincere love story between the two characters. And yes, there end up being, because it's a movie about a hitman, ostensibly, there ends up being, some twists and turns and some violence and some mistaken identity and some things. But ultimately, it really comes down to the connection between the two characters that I would just like this. Anytime they were on screen together, I was just like, this is electric. And I was so invested in them by the end. Again, I mentioned Adria Arjona in Andor. If you love her work in that show, I can't recommend this highly enough because she gets to play a completely different side of the character,
Well,
and it's.
Well, first of all, I will watch anything with Adria Arjona because she's phenomenal. But also, like, my first thing that I saw her in was the first season of Good Omens.
Yeah,
and she is. All right, I'm just gonna say it. She's fucking so sexy in that show, but in a like DT kind of way. And so yeah, no, I've been a big fan of her since then, and I was delighted that she was in Andor. Looks like she's going to be able to kick a bit more ass in season 2 of Andor, which is cool. But yeah, no, I love that this is high up on your list just because it's such an like unexpected selection, and and that's so great.
It's unexpected in the sense that it's not the kind of heavy movie that sometimes we would do a big discussion of the channel. But when you hear it's Richard Linklater and my affection for him as a filmmaker, it kind of makes sense. I will just say that outside of the Before trilogy, which I do kind of consider its own perfect kind of elevated thing and will always be some of my favorite movies ever. This is probably my favorite Richard Linklater movie after that. It's just like the second it was over, I'm like, I want to watch that again. And I have, a couple times. And it just, again, to come back to the term of like, it is so rare for, I feel like sometimes movies are afraid to be sexy these days. Afraid to, really lean into the chemistry. But this movie is not. And it just sparkles off the screen whenever the two, they're together. But ultimately it becomes it's not just like hot people being hot together. The bond between these two characters is very
that's great. Let's not get down on hot people being hot together. I'm a big fan of that. Real quick, I just want to interject and put this up. I'm really glad you watched it, Cassie. That makes me very, very happy. Yeah, so now I feel like I want to check it out. I mean, even like I figured that was something I would check out sooner or later, just for Adria Arjona. She's just so. I'm just gonna say it. She's so fucking sexy. So sooner or later I was gonna watch it. But yeah, no. This I feel like this is gonna make me put it up a few places in my watch list. So yeah.
And the movie is equal opportunity for those who are fans of Glenn Powell. But yes, Adria Arjona, she left her mark, and I regret that I did not see this movie quickly, as quickly as I might have, mainly because it's a Netflix title, and so there wasn't quite that racing urgency. I'm like, it's always going to be there. But the second I watched it, I was like, yes. And I'm actually surprised at just how high it's climbed on my list, but I just can't help it. Like it in a year where there is a lot of like heavy subject matter, I was like, this movie just gave me joy, so much joy.
So now the final movie on my list, there's some suspense going on about where it places on your list, but we are going to be talking about the same movie regardless. And so my number one film of the year is without a doubt Denis Villeneuve's Dune Part 2. I wiggled back and forth throughout the year between this and Wicked, which is my number 2. but once I had time to come down off the immediate high of Wicked, I still love it just as much, but it allowed me to kind of put things into perspective. And I'm like, no, like Dune Part 2 is just such a massive, incredible achievement that stands as one of the greatest science fiction films ever made. And fuck the Academy for shortchanging it so much this year. 5 nominations for this movie? No. No nomination for Denis Villeneuve? Fuck you. A billion times over. It's just so beyond words, and what it does to Dune Part 1, which was already just a great movie, but it just enhances your appreciation for that film. And even if we weren't going to get Dune Messiah, which now, you know, we're pretty certain that we are going to be getting it, and they're going to be starting production and not too far from now. But even if it was just these 2 films as a 2-part adaptation of the original novel, it would stand as a towering achievement on the like that does everything for science fiction that Lord of the Rings did for fantasy. And yeah, it's just like, I do want us to get back to the Amadeus discussion, so I won't like go too deep, but just like the cast is phenomenal, you know, just everybody from Timothée Chalamet to Zendaya, Josh Brolin, Stellan Skarsgård, Rebecca Ferguson, and on the tip of my tongue, well,
did you say Austin Butler, Florence Pugh, Christopher Walken?
There you go. But I'm still missing the person I was thinking of. But yeah, all of them too. Yeah. Okay. Fuck. Where is he? Javier Bardem.
Yes. There we go.
Yeah. And yeah, even freaking Elias Sado, who's only in like 2 scenes. Or technically 3 scenes, but she's fucking incredible in her short amount of screen time. And like Denis Villeneuve, fucking genius. That, you know, he deconstructs Frank Herbert's book and then builds it back up in his own image in just the most amazing way. Like, I've enjoyed the books. I've read through Children of Dune, but they're not necessarily my favorite books of all time. They're just something about the sort of flavor of them is not quite, it doesn't work for me in the way that, say, Lord of the Rings or, you know, other novels work for me. But I acknowledge that for a lot of people, they are the like seminal works of all time, and that's great. But for me, what Denis Villeneuve has done with the story and the world and the tone of everything has just made me fall in love with this world. And so, like, give me more of it. You know, I'm really enjoyed the first season of Dune Prophecy, which is not as great as Denis' films, but it's still in that world, and it's got that vibe to it. So I enjoyed that as kind of, you know, a something to tide me over until until the next film comes out. But yeah, Dune Part 2 is without a doubt is my number 1 film of 2024. It's a breathtaking masterpiece. That, you know, how do I feel about it stacking up against Blade Runner 2049? I don't want to answer that. because that's unfair. But an absolutely brilliant tour de force of filmmaking, one of the greatest science fiction films ever made, and an easy choice for my number 1.
Yes, I echo all of that, with the exception of the last part, about it being an easy choice. But I would, just because for me, everything you said about this movie is accurate. This is a masterpiece, a true science fiction masterpiece. I enjoyed. I'll just go. I love the first Dune movie, but like that was also in my top 10. But it was probably more towards like middle of the pack, just because it was only half the story. This movie not only delivered that second half of the story, but it feels like a towering work of achievement in and of itself. Just the way that the story tells about kind of the dangers of messiah figures and religious fundamentalism, and how it can corrupt even the most noble-hearted among us, and how that can have devastating consequences for the world. And told in this way with these incredible visuals and transcendent score and an amazing
Oh yeah, I didn't mention Hans Zimmer.
Yes.
God damn, Hans Zimmer, who was wrongfully snubbed at the awards tonight. That's bullshit. It's a phenomenal score that brings so many new things to the table.
Yeah, it's I love the score. I wish that it had gotten Oscar nominated. I kind of think it's nonsense that it didn't, even though it does build on themes from the first movie. But regardless, it is truly one of just among some of his very best work. Timothy Chalamet is incredible as the leads, and Daya is incredible as Chani. Everyone in the cast, is just giving a top-notch performance. They make you believe that this world is real, and Denis makes you believe this world is real, because his passion for this story is incredibly self-evident, and I just think what he did with this chapter of it in particular deserves to stand the test of time. And I will just I'm so thrilled that we're getting the third chapter of Dune Messiah later, and I'm sure it will kind of complete and complement the rest of the story. But regardless, I feel like Dune Part 2 kind of stands alone as the crowning jewel for now of this chapter. It's my second favorite film of Denis Villeneuve's. I do still give Blade Runner 2049 the edge, but I think that this truly is worthy of the term the masterpiece. And in most years, it would be an easy choice for my number one. But this year has been a torment because I was so confident Dune Part 2 would be my number one all year. And then I watched Nosferatu at the very end. And ever since then, I was just like, God damn it. And it really comes down to whichever movie I've seen most recently. They're really 1 and 1A. But if we're going to commit to the bit, I have to go with Nosferatu for my number one of the year.
I thought we were going to be aligned.
We were aligned for so long, and then my most recent watch of Nosferatu, I think, just pushed it over the edge.
I'm like we were almost aligned when both of our lists share the majority of the same movies.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think we have 7 or 8 of the same movies in our top 10. So it's probably we're still aligned. And again, these really are 1 and 1A. For me, I think for me, the reason I will ultimately give Nosferatu the edge is not just to be different. It's just to say that it is so rare for me to have that reaction that I had to Nosferatu to a horror movie. And after my first watch, it would not have been surpassed Dune Part 2. It would have been, still high up there. But every time I've watched the movie, I've loved it more and more and more. And with this most recent watch and the fact we just talked about it 5 hours last week, and then I watched it again, and I'm like, I think I have to give it to Nosferatu. The fact that it can inspire this level of passion in me is...
See, you should have told me this was your thought process. I would have made you watch Dune Part 2.
And if you had, I might have flipped back, because, to be honest, listening to you talk about it, I was questioning myself even now. But for now, I will just say, for now, Dune Part 2 is my number 2 of 2024, and Nosferatu is my number.
I am being a little disingenuous when I say it was an easy pick for number 1, because that's a lie, because I'm pretty it's, for me, it's between Dune Part 2 and Wicked. But I'll have the opportunity to crown Wicked next year. So Dune Part 2 just felt like such because it so surpassed the first one, but also it was the completion of, not entirely the completion. We're going to get Dune Messiah, but as far as the story of the original book. And so, I just, it's, for me, in the end, it had to be that. So.
Yeah, and that's fair. And if we talk about it for much longer, I might change my mind. So we can either do that or we can get back to talking about Amadeus, whichever you prefer.
Okay, wow. Whew. That went longer than I thought it would.
Well, I mean,
longer than I hoped it would, I should say.
Oh, what do you know? I mean, this if we're calling this a mid-roll, it's not a traditional mid-roll. It's not.
Because we build this stream as being two things. So for me, it was just it was our second discussion point, and we just did it in the middle because I did want to do that before the awards, all the awards actually came out, because it feels like even though we definitely don't have the audience that the Oscars do, especially right now, but I did feel like putting our stamp on our choices for the year before the Oscars get a chance to do that. So yeah, any new big updates?
Zoe Saldana did win Best Actress. So Ariana Grande did not pull off the upset. And all I'll say about that is, irrespective of my feelings about the movie she is in, I'm very happy Zoe Saldana is an Oscar winner. She has done extraordinary work for
I just wish it had been for anything else.
I agree, but I again, as I mentioned in the
would have been better for her to win. Would have been better for her to win for Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think she would have won for that because it is a relatively small role. But yeah, that was the first thing I ever saw her in, and now that she's an Oscar winner, I think that's cool. I will consider it a career win. But yeah, Wicked is won too. It won costume and production design. Okay. So yeah.
Oh God, that's such a shame. I really would have, especially like knowing that you had not only Ariana Grande to pick from, but also Felicity Jones from The Brutalist, who is just so beyond amazing. I'm coming at a different place from you. I'm not satisfied with simply the fact that Zoe Saldana has put in a lot of great work and other things. It feels to me so foul that, that it's an award for that movie. And I'm like, it's just not going to sit well with me.
I think that's fair. Again, it's like, this is literally a case of me separating the art from the art. Not that Zoe Saldana herself is problematic. She is most definitely not. She is the one aspect of the movie I think deserved to kind of separate itself from the mess of what it became. But yes, I wish it was for another movie. But if I have to look on the bright side, I'm happy she has an Oscar. She would not have been my choice in the category based on my work. But yeah, that's.
Okay, so memo for the future. On any other occasion, let's not do this, because I don't think as a format this is desirable.
No.
Because now we're going all the way back to the Amadeus discussion, and we've been off it for what, an entire hour?
Yeah, well, longer probably. I think this would be a lesson for when we do our Oscar stream next year. We just make it the Oscar stream. Don't try to talk about a movie too.
This was very haphazardly put together in the sense that it was not originally part of our plan to even do a sort of best of 2024 stream coinciding with the Oscars. It just so happened that we were going to talk about Amadeus this week, and then I realized, it's Oscar night, maybe we should do something. So live and learn. Apologies to everybody who just wanted to talk Amadeus.
That's
but we got in a lot of Amadeus talk before, so I don't know.
It's fine. I mean,
It's fine.
I have a habit of going back and putting discussion time codes in when I have time afterwards. I will do that for this. So if all you want to hear is the Amadeus discussion, you can separate this out, and the video will be much shorter.
Yeah. That said, I really enjoyed our discussion on on all those. That felt very cathartic also. Just because tonight is going to be so disappointing in a number of ways for me, at least. I know that you might end up being happy with, and I won't be disappointed if it goes the way of Honora. But I have other ones I would like to see, but just so long as it's not the cursed movie. Okay, so let's jump back into Amadeus.
All right.
So did you want to say something?
No. I was just saying that I think where we had left off was that we had talked about the two leads, F. Murray Abraham and Tom.
Oh yeah, I know exactly where we're going next. Yeah. I want to talk about Elizabeth Berridge in the role of Constanza Mozart, because I do want to say, like, I think that I said earlier that I thought that Father Vaudler was the most underappreciated performance in the movie, but that might also be true of Elizabeth Berridge as Constanza, because and yet there's more material in the extended cut, which we'll talk about, but I think in either cut of the movie she's just simply marvelous, and somebody who is really there trying to support her husband in so many ways, but also like speaks up for herself wonderfully. To sort of jump towards the end of the movie, I love when she stands up to Schickenader, and makes fun of his libretto for the magic flute. She really is a firecracker, and it's funny because she was not originally the actress chosen for the part. She was a last minute replacement, and but I really, maybe it's just because I've lived with this movie for so long, I can't picture anybody else as Constanza. She's so great.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that she does an exceptional, this is a true supporting performance, and it falls into the archetype of what we might consider to be like the supportive wife character. But I think she does so much more with it than that, particularly in the extended cut, as you'd mentioned. I was actually, like, when I remembered that, this movie got 11 Oscar nominations, I remember being actually shocked that she was not one of them. I was like, that it just seemed like something that would have been so natural for the movie to pick up, as like whether, given how acclaimed it was elsewhere. And I don't know if that was because she just, was relatively new on the scene, or just the two leads were so towering that she kind of got pushed to the side, or because some of her best material did end up on the cutting room floor and was restored in the director's cut. But even in the theatrical cut, I think that this is just an exceptional performance. We open with her in the same scene that we open with Mozart, her literally laughing and crawling on the floor and, making jokes. But we get the sense immediately in that scene of the connection that these two characters share, and that incredibly sweet, like when he basically proposes to her by making her sound out the backward, thing like marry me or whatever it is, marry me, and then she's like, no, I won't marry you, you're a fiend, a filthy fiend. But then he charms her again, and by the end it's clear that she's in love with him and wants to marry him. And once she does, she is truly just in his corner, and trying to do as best she can for him, even given the fact that he's a flame that's burning brightly and perhaps too fast. She is trying to, support him as much as she can and go the extra distance to, make their marriage work. And it's why it's so heartbreaking when she reaches a point where she feels like she can't stay with him. But then that scene where she returns to him, and unfortunately it's just too late. God, It's devastating.
Oh God, it's And also, like, I want to say that, much like we talked about how the movie sort of oscillates between like heavy drama and wonderful humor, and we talked about how both Salieri and Mozart sort of interact with that, but also Constanza gets a lot of that too. One of my favorite scenes, and this may be another reason why I talked before about how I like that the theatrical version of the movie keeps things a bit lighter for a bit longer in the movie, and one of the things was that the added stuff with her and Salieri kind of cast a shadow on their scene together, the earlier bits, which I think are really funny, when Salieri is giving her the treats, and he's like, do you know what these are? Nipples of Venus. She's like, oh. And I love when he starts reading the music, and then she leans forward and takes another one. She's so great at that humor, and then to like counterbalance that with the fact that she's trying to, that scene represents how she's trying to keep them afloat, and she wants her husband to get this commission, and then later on she's trying to make sure that Mozart doesn't spend too much money, and that they're living within their means. Like when Leopold arrives at their home, and she's like, can I offer you tea, Herr Mozart? And Mozart's like, tea, who wants tea? Let's go out. And she's like, Wolfie. It's like, we can't afford it. No. And yeah, and then later on, when she's trying to convince him to focus on the Requiem, and before she fully realizes kind of what it's doing to him, she's like, we need money right now. And we can't wait for receipts from this opera. And so I, and Schickenader sort of, makes fun of her for saying, oh, I see you brought your manager with you. But actually, that's exactly how she operates. And and that's great. I think the fact that she's willing to speak, like, especially in this time, being willing to, sort of be brave and speak her mind and not put up with any bullshit from anybody. It's just, and especially like in either version, obviously there's a lot more behind it, behind the scene in the director's cut, but I think it works well in both versions of the movie when she comes home at the end of the film and she confronts Salieri. Like, she's like, I always love, and it does have a bit more spice to it in the director's cut when she says, I regret we have no servants to show you out, Herr Salieri. Yeah. It's so great. She's amazing. And it's a shame she didn't get the acclaim for her performance that F. Murray Abraham and Tom Hulce got, but I think she's fantastic, and I enjoyed her performance immensely.
Yeah. No, I mean, I will never know, but part of me will always wonder if her scenes with Salieri had been included in the original theatrical cut, if that would have been enough to get her the nomination, because it is kind of, I mean, she has so much great material in the movie, but that is kind of one of her biggest scenes. And it's not just because, obviously in that, like, basically it's the scene where I mentioned there was a moment in the in the theatrical cut, which the one moment where I was kind of like, that's an odd choice. And it was because it's the moment when after she, shows him the work, Mozart's work in the originals, and she's basically like on her knees, like, and will you help us? And then Salieri just walks out of the room. And I was kind of like, And it's because in the director's cut, he basically propositions her there, basically says that in order for you to get these, you're going to need to basically come to me and have sex with me. And obviously, I totally get what you were saying, Gwen, about the fact that being basically showing us the dark side of Salieri too early. And I think that that's why it was cut, and I think it was the right decision for the movie as a whole. I do think it affects Constance a little bit, because the next scene where she comes to his apartment and she has that moment where he's kind of almost, even though he knows why she came, he seems a little shocked to see her there, and the fact that she is playing into this. She's basically like, where do you want me? Do you want to go out? Where do you want to stay here? Do you need to look at these? Is that really beside the point, isn't it? And then she just starts to undress, and he just seems like he can't handle it, and he rings the bell to have his servant show her out, which is obviously the moment that is called back to in their final scene together. And yeah, that moment doesn't work quite as well without that context. It still works in a theatrical cut. But in particular, that moment after he does that incredibly cruel thing, and we just see her shock and her humiliation when the servant comes in, and then Salieri exits and she throws the candlestick after him. And then in particular, the scene where where Wolfgang comes home and she's in bed crying and he's asking her what's wrong, and she just reaches up and just hugs him so tightly. It's just like, I love you, because she did this awful, degrading thing for him, and she can't tell him about it. She won't tell him about it, but she didn't even get what she wanted from it, and she's so humiliated and so ashamed, but she did it all because she loves him so much, and she just needs him to know that in that moment. And I'm like, that's where I was like, if that scene had been in the movie, perhaps it would have gotten Elizabeth Barrage a little bit more recognition in the time. I think the movie is ultimately right to remove those scenes for the reasons that you mentioned. But I do think there's sometimes a trade-off with these things. And the trade-off, I think, was it does weaken Constance's arc a little bit. Fortunately, she has a lot of other great moments in the movie.
Yeah. I think part of the issue also is that there's kind of a ripple effect where if you leave those moments in, like a lot of the other moments are kind of connected to it. Wouldn't really work to go from that really heavy moment to then one of the moments that's actually cut from the director's or from the theatrical version for the director's cut is after Salieri burns the cross after that. And in the original version, after he says, I will hinder and harm your creature on earth as far as I am able. And then it cuts back to old Salieri and he says, I will ruin your incarnation. And then he kind of goes, and it kind of lightens the mood. And then it cuts to Mozart walking on the street. In the director's cut, they cut out that bit with old Salieri at the end because there's no way to really lighten the mood after what we just saw. And so it instead cuts directly to further scenes of Mozart or Salieri kind of sabotaging Mozart with the emperor, and then Mozart comes to see him, and then we get into the stuff that is really, in my opinion, superfluous with Salieri sending Mozart to the patron with the dogs and all that. And so for me, like it is the problem of, I think tonally the movie needs that sort of levity at the end of that scene with Salieri burning the cross. And it's one of the parts that I was always the most upset about losing. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't work in the director's cut just because of the context of those moments. And so you have to lose it, but also it's like one of my favorite little beats of the movie. And it does transition us into the sort of lighter moments of Mozart walking down the street and seeing everything. And it removes the sort of cloud from, Salieri burning the cross, which is a very sort of dark, dramatic moment. So all these things are to say that the theatrical cut works very purposefully to, like, we veer into dark territory, but it pulls back so that the tone of the movie is still light and energetic, and we're not getting too far ahead of ourselves in terms of the darkness. And so it's one of those things where, again, I think for the movie, that's what works better. It is just unfortunate that it comes at the expense of a pretty big moment for Constanza.
Yeah, and I think we're ultimately aligned that, it served the movie better. It's just a shame because, again, it's one of her, Elizabeth Barrage's best scenes in the movie, and it's a great moment for Costanza as a character, even though it's a heartbreaking moment. And it does inform what happens later, her enmity towards Salieri for the rest of the movie.
I will say, I do think that all that still works because, and for me, I've always rather liked that Salieri just sort of walks out without even saying a word in the earlier moment. And I actually, for me, yes, it doesn't have as much oomph to it as what actually happens, but I do think it's reason enough for her to hate him, because when she reached out to him for help and he just walks out of the room, clearly not interested in helping, and never lends a helping hand really from that point on, to the point where they become destitute. And so, yeah, I feel like her reaction at the end of the movie still, it works and it's effective, but there's no doubt that it's, there's much more to it in the director's cut. But
And ultimately, I think that I am in agreement with you, Gwen, that the theatrical cut is the superior version of the movie. And when I was watching the director's cut, most of the time when we got to the added scenes, I'm like, this is entertaining, or this is extraneous, or this is completely unnecessary. I get why they cut it. The reason I just wanted to drill down on this was the one case where I thought there was kind of an argument. But I ultimately am still in line with your position that I think it serves the movie as a whole better for the movie moment to be removed. It's just, again, a shame that it comes at the expense of Elizabeth Barrage's Constance. And
I will say my position on things, as far as, like, I think the director's cut should have also been remastered with this 4K restoration, because my problem with the director's cut, honestly, was never the director's cut itself. It's just that it came at the expense of the original version of the film, which for all intents and purposes was lost for 20 years. But the director's cut has a lot of good things in it. So I actually would have preferred that it also got a remaster, but at least it's, even if it doesn't look as good as the newly remastered theatrical cut, at least it's still out there and available. And if you buy the digital version, it's on there as an extra. So it's not like it's disappearing. But and maybe one day they'll revisit it and they'll say, because just as much as I was upset to not have the original version of the film, there's a whole generation that has grown up only knowing the director's cut. So it's not fair to them to just forget about that version. So yeah, it's, we'll see how things unfold in the future. But regardless, I'm very happy to have this version of the film back.
Yeah, I am as well, and that both versions are available, and that in both versions, Elizabeth Barrage as Constance is doing exceptional work. Because I think that, even though that's one of her best scenes, she has just so many other great scenes in the movie. And as I mentioned, like, her devastation in that final scene, when she comes in and realizes that Wolfgang has basically worked himself to exhaustion and has died. And this is like coming in, right after she had been separated from him and she had been at that dance, and then she like realizes that isn't where she should be, and she runs out and just doesn't get there in time. I was just like, God. She makes you feel it.
Just her crying out, the fact that it starts off very gently as she wants to get Wolfgang to toss Salieri out, where she goes, "Wolfie," and then she walks up and she's like, "Wolfie," Wolfie, Wolfie, and then just becomes progressively more distraught, and then she's screaming, Wolfie, it's so utterly heartbreaking. And then the way that the lacrimosa of the Requiem sneaks in underneath and until it cuts, to to the funeral, and that's I think we will talk more about the ending in depth, because that's so emotional and heartbreaking, the circumstances of all of that. But yeah, it's just, she is so amazing and so heartbreaking. Like, if nothing else, like that moment especially, it is just devastating, so completely. And I yeah, it's the part that always drives me to tears when I watch the movie.
It's it's just, you could, like, her, the love between the two characters is just, it's palpable throughout the movie. Like, even though it's kind of implied throughout the movie that Wolfgang has had flings with, other women, kind of like that, what's her name, Katerina. There's never been, maybe that's just Salieri's perception, but I never once doubted his love for Costand, and I never once doubted her love for him, even as they're going through it. They were truly so well matched, and Tom Hulce and Elizabeth Barrett just made you feel their connection for the entirety of the story.
Yeah. And I will say, as on the subject of Katerina, that's one instance where I'm like, that scene absolutely should not be in the movie, where that carries on for longer, because the way it's originally cut actually allows Salieri to be a bit ahead of, the audience, or at least on the same page as the audience. The extended version just makes it like, dude, you should get it by now. What's going on? So yeah, and then a lot of the added material for me is like that, where it's just a little too, I hate to quote, Count Orsini Rosenberg, but too many notes, Your Majesty. Yeah, which by the way, I do want to lead us into talking about some of the supporting characters. I want to start with the king's court, and let's start with the king himself. Kind of a problematic actor, but he's nonetheless fantastic in the film, and that is, of course, Jeffrey Jones, who's famed, from 80s movies like Ferris Bueller and Beetlejuice. He actually does a great job as the Emperor, just with his little things like, and there it is. And he's really kind of, I love the fact that what Salieri says about the Emperor, where early in the movie, where he's like, actually, the man had no ear at all. But what did it matter? He adored my music. And I'm like, that should tell you something right
there. That may be what we consider, in the parlance of today's parlance, a self-own, because his opinion is the one you want, but he is the Emperor of Austria, so perhaps it still has value. It's a really good performance. We acknowledge that Jeffrey Jones has some problematic history, and we don't need to get into that detail. You can look it up if you don't know it. I'll just say that, this is a case where I actually find it relatively easy to separate the art from the artist, because I had known Jeffrey Jones first from his work on Deadwood, when I had no idea about the other stuff. And I thought his performance in that movie and that show was great. And then when I found out the other stuff, I was like, and obviously he's been in Beetlejuice, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And it's just, I can kind of just recognize that, the man is the man. He was playing a character here. And on screen as the Emperor, he does a great job. And I think that his kind of dry humor is like, because he is ultimately, we have a tendency to think about these, royals as kind of like fops and foolish. And, he has some of that, but he also just has kind of like great deadpan comedic timing throughout the movie.
I love the moment when when he comes to the rehearsal and he's like, what is this? Is it modern? and they're like, it is your regulation, sir. No ballet in your opera. And he's like, Salieri, do you like this? It's not a question of liking, Your Majesty. Your own edict decrees it, I'm afraid. And then he's just like, well, look at them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, he has a lot of great moments throughout the movie.
Yes. Yeah.
It's as far as all the stuff with the actor is concerned, like it's like Jeffrey Jones in the 80s is just sort of he's a staple of 80s movies, and I'm fine with kind of compartmentalizing in my head. Like, I'm not gonna rush out to see anything new that he might do, and there's a reason why he wasn't in Beetlejuice 2. But like the 80s was now like 40 years. This was 40 years ago. At a certain point you can just sort of compartmentalize and if you can't, you can't. That's up to everybody, but it's not going to rob me of my enjoyment of this film. So
Exactly. Yeah, and he has you had mentioned the too many notes line earlier, and he also echoes that refrain where he's telling Mozart, don't, my dear man, don't take it too hard. Your work is ingenious, it's quality work. There's just too many notes. Just cut a few and it'll be perfect. And it's one of Tom Hulce's best moments where he's just like, which few did you have in mind, Majesty? You who perhaps do not have the greatest musical ear, can you tell me which notes you would remove? You can't really. This is kind of, he's the quintessential like critic who doesn't actually know shit about the art that he's talking about, because he considers himself a connoisseur, but he can't even name which note should be cut.
I do like kind of the way he's made fun of by other people. I love when Mozart thinks Salieri is helping him out, and he goes to kiss his hand, and then he goes, nah, please, Herr Mozart, please, it's not a holy relic.
Yeah, they kind of bond. Like, one of the moments of actual like real bonding or almost real bonding is there, like when they kind of are making fun of the Emperor in despair.
and then later on, Salieri says, when the marriage of Figaro fails, and he says, well, I can speak for the Emperor. You made too many demands on the royal ear. The poor man can't concentrate for more than an hour. You gave him 4.
It sounds like the Emperor is one of those super annoying people on film Twitter who thinks all movies should be 90 minutes. No.
Yeah. And then just real quick, I do want to mention some of the other actors in that circle. You've got Charles Kay as Count Orsini Rosenberg. He's the one that originates the too many notes, Your Majesty. And then you've got where is he? Patrick Hines as Kapellmeister Bono, and he's actually quite great. he's really funny throughout the movie. Just where like he's not quite up to speed on a lot of things.
He plays incredulity very well.
Yeah. I like when at the first meeting of Mozart, where Mozart says something funny, everybody else is dead serious, but Kapellmeister goes and then We've got Jonathan Moore as the Baron van Sweden, who's an early supporter of Mozart, and you see actually that is a nice moment in the director's cut where he's sort of talking to Salieri, and he's like, "Can't you think of anybody who would do something for him?" So like, he's one of those characters who's like in a position of he's part of the emperor's inner circle, so maybe he can't be seen to help Mozart directly, but it sounds like he wants Mozart to do well, and he is one of the people who shows up to Mozart's funeral. But then of course he also challenges Mozart when they all find out that he's making an opera out of the marriage of Figaro, and he's like, no one judges your talent. It's your judgments of literature that's in question. Why waste your spirit on such rubbish? Surely you can choose more elevated themes. Which again is like sort of part of the, it's kind of on topic for tonight, where it's like, let's make sure that we, award some proper Oscar type films. And let's look down on like, comedies that people enjoy. And so I enjoyed his performance. And then you've also got Roderick Cook as the Chamberlain, Count von Strack, who's kind of like, he's got it in for the Italians. It's time we had an opera in our own language, which is which it's funny in the context, but also it's a bit xenophobic too.
A little bit, but this is medieval Europe. What if they among their many things, there was a fair bit of xenophobia going on. So and I actually do think that is kind of an undercurrent in that the movie doesn't like fully delve into, but does explore the fact that Salieri is an outsider. He is Italian himself coming into this world, and Mozart is Austrian himself. So he is kind of in some ways the native son, and Salieri has found himself in this position of great advantage. But there is kind of an undercurrent that, for as respected as the Italians are, they will never truly be part of this in the same way. And that the movie doesn't highlight that, but I do think it's an interesting angle to add on to the already great layer performance that F. Murray Abraham is giving.
Yeah, and it's funny how I always kind of crack up how the Italian sort of perspective on what Mozart should be doing kind of changes. Like early on, they're like, oh no, if you're going to commission an opera, it needs to be in Italian. Italian is the proper language for opera. But then once Mozart is an established success, they find out that he's doing an Italian opera, and they're like, Italian? Because now he's like successful and stepping in on their turf. Let's go ahead and talk about the great Roy Dotrice as Leopold Mozart. Who were you surprised to recognize him when you saw him in this?
Well, so I mean, the thing is that like I knew he was in the movie, but like because his like older iteration, as like Wisdom Helene as the narrator of the A Song of Ice and Fire audiobooks is so implanted in my mind, I was like, it did take me a minute. I'm like, is that Roy Dotrice? It is Roy Dotrice. But obviously, like he was a working actor during this time, and it's his performance as Leopold Mozart is like actually really, really good in this sequence and throughout the movie, because as we later find out, he kind of has been like the defining figure of young Mozart's life, both for good in the sense that he was supportive and nurturing him for the from as a prodigy from birth, but also for ill in the sense that as Mozart becomes his own man and kind of or becomes to disappoint his father in certain respects, and then he dies before Mozart can kind of fully reconcile with him, and it's the specter that haunts him to the end of his days, basically.
Yeah. Well, I will say that there's a sort of flavor thrown in here, which I actually find quite refreshing, is that, you know, Leopold is not someone without his more, without a more prickly nature, but I actually really like that his relationship with his son seems quite positive, like
Mhm.
historically, even though they're having some disagreements within the course of the movie. You can see that there's a lot of affection
Yeah,
between them.
absolutely.
I have always loved the part where, um, you know, Mozart says, he's working on something, and Leopold says, "What's that?" And he says, "It's a secret." And he goes, "Secret? You don't have any secrets from me." And it just really establishes this warm rapport between them, where it's like, and the fact that he even says by his own admission, to uh, the Archmaester, that he was too indulgent with Wolfgang. It's so you see that there's, they actually had a very warm and loving relationship, rather than what you might think of, the sort of cliche of the overbearing father figure who, was always cold towards his son, and that wasn't their dynamic at all, actually. And I've always enjoyed that.
Yeah, no, and I think that that's part of what makes it work because clearly Wolfgang loves his father and his father loves him. And his father has, basically devoted his entire life to him, like taking him on, fostering his musical talent, teaching him, taking him on all these shows. And like it's telling that in the initial, uh, you know, one of Salieri's opening scenes, he specifically cites that is what he's envious of about Mozart. Not so much even the Mozart's talent, but the fact that his father was so willing and so supportive of him. Whereas Salier's own father was obviously very much not. And it like I find that the fact that their bond is so intense throughout the movie, it makes it all the more heartbreaking that like when they do part, it is somewhat on a tense terms because that was not their relationship. It was a highly charged moment and they said something that they regret. And it's one of those unfortunate things where like you say something to the person that that you regret and you don't realize that's the last time you're ever going to see them. And that is really what haunts Wolfgang, throughout the movie because his relationship with his father is not like when he raises up his father's ghost in the Don Giovanni. It's not because his father's like, I hate you and everything that you ever stood for. It's his regret in this tragedy, the fact that they parted in this way. And I think that Wolfgang is punishing himself for it because he loved his father.
By the way, let's to veer back over to praising F. Murray Abraham once again. I will just say, like, during that sequence with the Don Giovanni opera, and you got the music from the opera in the background, and Salieri going, um, yeah, and only I understood that the horrifying apparition was Leopold raised from the dead. And that he, it was this, oh God, what's the phrasing of it? I understood that, this bitter old man was still tormenting his poor son, even from beyond the grave. It's just like, I know I've gone on and on about that sequence, but like, it's just so magnificent in the way that there's so much tragedy, and you see, Salieri's plotting, but also Mozart's torment, throughout conducting the opera, and just everything that he's going through mourning his father. Um, it's just so brilliant, and to following up on what you said about the fact that it's so tragic that that's how Mozart parts with his father, then it's compounded by the fact that then this is what Salieri uses
Yeah.
uh, to to bring Mozart to his end. It's, oh God, it's so It's so evil.
Yeah, no, I mean, like we've mentioned that we have empathy for Salieri because F. Murray Abraham delivers that, and the writing delivers that. But this is a sequence where we really see the depth of his cruelty and his pettiness, because when he's talking in that sequence about the fact, it's like, and now the madness began in me, the madness of the man splitting in half. Through my influence, I saw to it Don Giovanni was only played 5 times in Vienna, but in secret I went to every one of those 5, worshiping sounds I alone seemed to hear. And he basically talks about, like, this is how he gets the idea about how he can triumph over God. And you're just like, you realize that this is an evil act, because Wolfgang in many ways wrote this to try and work through his grief over the loss of his father. And perhaps if he'd gotten the chance to do that, he wouldn't have been so desperate later in the movie. But Salieri kind of works and undermines that. But then he's sitting there just like leeching off of it and like reveling in the beauty of Wolfgang's work. And the fact that this is what implants the idea that this is how I can destroy this man, like that is truly like devilish in its like, as he says, his plan is so simple, but it's so it is truly effective.
And this is a good segue point, the fact that he says, yeah, my plan was so simple that it terrified me. First I must get the death mass, and then I must achieve his death. And then the previously like silent Father Vogler then says, what? And that seems like a good opportunity to heap praise upon, let me look up the actor's name. Richard Frank. Like, again, like, he's massively underrated in this movie because he doesn't say that much. But his facial acting is just out of this world. He's so good at, he's who F. Murray Abraham is playing against in these scenes as old Salieri, and so much of what we feel in sort of response to all his monologuing is through Father Vogler's reactions, and like, yes, like the dialogue from Salieri and the acting would all be phenomenal, but I think it's made all the more effective by Richard Frank's reactions and his acting. So yeah, I just want to make sure we give him his due.
Yeah, it's a challenging performance for the audience to fully appreciate, because, as you said, he really is much more passive and like reacting to the towering, monologues and gesticulations that F. Murray Abraham is delivering. But the way we see this character like kind of slowly unravel as this tale unravels is remarkable. Like, yeah, this scene really, like, this shows it all, because this is a priest, this is a man of God. He came here out of compassion, ostensibly, to hear this man's confession, because Salieri's accused himself of killing Mozart, and he's like, let me absolve you, and like, hear your confession of absolve you. And then it's damning that like what he's hearing is horrifying him so much that on a human level that he almost kind of like forgets why he's there in the first place. And then he ends up not absolving Salieri, just because like he basically forgets to, because he's just so shaken by like having seen the darkness of this man.
Yeah, it's sort of so yeah, it's so twisted in a really weird way that it ends with him not absolving Salieri, and instead the movie ends on Salieri absolving all mediocrities, which, and I will say, I think it works perfectly fine in the movie because it's a different medium, but there is something very affecting about the original stage play in that when Salieri says, I absolve you all, he gets to speak to the audience. and like there's no way to replicate that in a movie.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that you just have to live with, that that wouldn't work. And so instead he gets to absolve the other inmates of of the mental hospital. But I think effectively it kind of gets across the same idea, because I think when he says I absolve you all, we do kind of feel that, in a sense that, he's speaking to a great many of us. But yeah, the fact that he himself does not get absolved, and I don't think he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
And yeah, and the way that's inverted is just like, oh, it's a master stroke. And of course, I'd prefer to save this for the end, but I'm already talking about this moment, so I always just love that the movie ends with Mozart's giggle coming back. But yeah, no, the interplay between him and Father Vogler is just amazing. And yeah, it's a really good performance.
Absolutely.
Somebody else I want to make sure we talk about is the great Simon Callow as Schickenator, which it's so funny. The only thing I'd seen him in before I saw this movie was Ace Ventura 2. And so that was my reference from, like, I recognize that guy. Now, of course, I've seen him in so many things. And, he's rightfully a very acclaimed actor. But it is funny seeing him so young in this movie. Because I'm so used to, and also he's playing against Tom Hulse, who's not a very tall person. So he actually, like, so Simon Callow actually looks, a bit taller by comparison. But if you've seen him in anything else, he's kind of a shorter fellow.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I really enjoyed his performance, and he's at the center of the whole sequence where they're sort of making fun of Mozart's operas, doing a parody, which is great. I love that. I particularly love when they have the dove flying out of the horse's ass and then singing the bit from The Marriage of Figaro. It's like making it a solemn occasion.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, he is kind of he's playing a fun character. He is also kind of an unscrupulous character, because it's implied that as Mozart goes on to work with this guy, he probably is not. He's getting taken advantage of a little bit. But Simon Callow does make the performance really feel like like traditional, like vaudevillian performance in this era. He's just like, he is an actor. He playing an actor and having the time of his life on that front. And I think I was actually really like he comes into the movie late, obviously, because it's kind of on Mozart's downfall. But I think he provides kind of
he's actually the first scene we see him in is at the party when Wolfgang takes his father and Constanza out partying, and so that's where his introduction is. But he doesn't start to play a bigger role until later in the movie.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, that earlier scene, I'm glad you mentioned that. That is just like, again, the movie just having a lot of fun with that sequence, and again, Salieri just being like horrified watching all this. You can tell that even though he's like wearing the mask, like F. Murray Abraham conveys it all with his eyes. He's like, I can't believe it.
This right here is the part that I alluded to earlier, where he hears Mozart's laugh out of nowhere. He just turns around and he's horrified.
Yeah, it's like, I can't get away from this guy anywhere that I go.
Yeah, no, that whole bit where he's like, play Salieri, and he's like, oh, that is a challenge. That is a challenge. He's tapping off by a gigantic fart right in Salieri's face. And what's so great is then that moment where he's and Sally is like, mock me, laugh. And then cuts back to Mozart laughing even more. And he's like, that was not Mozart laughing, father. That was God. That was God laughing at me through that obscene giggle. Go on, signore, laugh, laugh. Show my mediocrity for all to see. What's really great about that is that there's a Family Guy bit that references that, where I forget the situation, but it cuts to Peter as old Salieri. He's going, that was not Stewie laughing, father. That was God. And then it goes into the Requiem.
There's always a Family Guy sketch for literally everything. And it should, because that show's been on for a while, and it has its hand on the pulse of the pop culture. But yeah,
that always cracked me up, because I remember being like, who is that for? That's from that's totally for me. But how many? I often wonder how many people get those references. That crossover with Family Guy's audience,
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Peter Griffin's film opinions, as we know, he famously, I did not care for The Godfather. So perhaps this is another blind spot in his.
Of course, the great part about that skit is he caps it off with, I like the money pit. That is my answer to that question. Which I've never seen, but but it probably does not measure up to The Godfather. Okay, yeah, so I'm just looking up other cast. I think we've hit like most of the major cast members, but I do want to talk about the finale of the movie. And is there something earlier that you want to hit on? This is kind of, it has been a different discussion than most of our stuff is, but considering we're now over the 4-hour mark, I don't want to necessarily dilly-dally.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there are other cast members we could highlight, like the Nicholas Kepros, who plays the Prince Archbishop of Salzburg, or Barbara Byrne, who plays Frau Weber. But the one I want to highlight, just for obvious reasons, is the brief appearance by Kenny Baker as
yes.
He obviously, it's not a big role, he's basically just playing a member of the troupe, but that's R2D2, man. In the flesh.
Yeah, no, that's so great, because I immediately, it's just one of those things that every Star Wars fan knows Kenny Baker. And so I remember watching this in high school, and especially this was 1999.
Yeah.
So the height of Episode 1 mania. And so I was definitely fully aware of who Kenny Baker was, what he looked like. And so I saw him, and I was like, R2D2.
Yes.
Yeah, and he even gets lines. He gets to say, I'm sick to death of that tune.
Yeah, no, it's always a treat to see, because obviously that R2D2 is the role he's most known for, but given the nature of the character being a droid, you don't actually see Kenny Baker on screen, so it's a reminder that he's done other stuff. He is an accomplished actor, even beyond that.
Yeah, no, it's great. I loved seeing him in that, and yeah, it's this, and even that was a thing where I instantly knew who he was. But one of the joys of this movie has also been, recognizing and coming to know people after the fact. I mentioned before, well, I mean, first of all, talking about people I recognized beforehand, I had seen Christine Ebersole in other things. She plays Katerina Cavalieri. I knew her from other stuff. I think I think she was in a Chris Farley comedy, actually. And that may have been what I knew her from, but she's been in numerous other things too. People who I did not know, and I still probably don't know him very well, but Charles Kay, who played Count Orsini Rosenberg, he actually also had a part in Kenneth Branagh's Henry V. I remember when I finally saw that movie, and I was like, it was another case of doing the DiCaprio pointing meme because I recognized it from this. And then, of course, we talked earlier about Cynthia Nixon, who I had no context for who she was when I saw this, because shocker, at 14 or 15 years old, I was not watching Sex and the City. But yeah, so it's really funny seeing her, and especially being as young as she was in this. But yeah, no, and of course, like the big one that I talked about at the beginning of the stream was Vincent Schiavelli as the Salieri's valet in the opening of the movie. It's like he is one of those people that you can bring in for a super small part, and he'll end up being one of the most memorable parts of the film. So, but yeah, no. So aside from that, I do just want to spend this last little stretch of the stream just talking about the big climactic, the scene of the movie when Mozart passes out, at the performance of the Magic Flute, and he's brought back home by Salieri, and and tricked into believing that the Man in Black has come offering more money to finish the Requiem sooner. And what follows is this great scene of the two of them working together to try and finish it. And it's such a twisted scene because on the one hand, like, Salieri is working with Mozart in the scene to, to get this piece of music that he's going to claim for himself, followed up by his plans for Mozart's death. And if what they're doing drives him towards that death faster, so much the better. And yet you feel this building camaraderie between the two of them in this sequence, and a building respect. And so it's so conflicting on so many levels. And most of all, it's this towering, like, tour de force of acting between F. Murray Abraham and Tom Hulce. And this is really where it's like, if I was an Academy voter back then, I would have been like, fuck, how do I pick between these two? Because they're just both absolutely so extraordinary.
No, I mean, this is the scene where we really truly see them as like as equals, even though obviously there's a power dynamic in the sense that Tom Hulce's Wolfgang is dying and Salieri is trying to extract something from him before he dies. But it is the scene probably where, ulterior motives aside, they are in many ways the most honest with each other that they've ever been, because all of Wolfgang's kind of, like laughing and his kind of his affectations have been stripped away, and we see the man kind of as he is, a man who is exhausted and scared but still committed to his work and trying to give this one last effort to get it out into the world. And I mentioned earlier just the way that Salieri is just like rapt, like listening to him talk and listening to him work. Like he truly, this is where you realize, like as he's acknowledged before, but this is where you see it. He knows just how much of a genius this man is. And he knows that this man is truly something special. And the fact that he's now convinced himself to hate him, it almost seems like he's regretting it in this scene. almost, and then he does end up regretting it because as you mentioned, he's trying to get him to, uh, like give him the death mass, and then if he pushes him, towards death, so much the better. Then he doesn't actually have to get his hands dirty.
But it just
But
happens too soon.
not that fast. Not that fast. I almost found myself thinking about like kind of in the humorous aside, like of Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, and he's like, "When you have given me the death mask, then you have my permission to die." but Wolfgang doesn't listen because he's just so spent at this point. But again, their final moments of bonding in that scene, like in particular the I want to find it. That whole Confucius maledictus, where the wicked are confounded, Flamus arcribus dictus. How would you translate that? Consigned to the flames of woe. Do you believe in it? What? A fire which never dies, burning you forever. Oh, yes. Fuck, that's so good. That's such good acting.
Again, like Peter Shaffer's writing, just out of this world. It's like, it's so like, because this movie is such an established classic and is so sort of worked so flawlessly in terms of like the actor's delivery, it's almost easy to overlook the writing.
Yeah.
But it's just so immaculate and breathtaking. Just those moments where, especially when Salieri is like, "You're going too fast. One moment, please." And he's like, "One moment." But then he gets flustered and he's like, I don't understand. And I think that's when he really starts to understand, like, Mozart's sort of true genius and how hard he works, at his music, and it's an appreciation that is like, but it's still intertwined with this, like, he still wants what he's after. Even then, I think one of the most brutal moments is the next morning when Wolfgang is saying, "Do you want to rest a bit?" And he's like, "No, I'm not tired at all." He's like, "Well, we'll rest a moment." And he says, "I can keep going, I assure you." It's like, yeah, he may have come to respect Mozart a bit more, but he's still a bastard. And the fact that, but then he says, "Will you stay with me while I sleep a bit?" And Salieri does say, "I'm not leaving you." And then, like, the mic drop moment when Mozart says, "I feel so ashamed. I thought you did not care for my work or me. Forgive me. Forgive me." It's just, oh my God.
Yeah, and honestly, you had mentioned earlier that it's such a tragedy that, like, Wolfgang, or cruel in many respects, that, like, Wolfgang dies believing Salieri is his friend when he's very much not. But it's also, in a weird, twisted way, almost a kindness that he dies believing that, because he, like, once he's gone, he can't be hurt anymore, and, like, it may have given him that moment of peace that he needed.
Yeah, because from that point of view, actually, it's, with all the hardship that he's been through, it's actually a bit of a reaffirmation of, like, the fact that someone who he thought was against him and who actually is, but that he feels that he underestimated this person, which he did, just not in the right way. But like, the fact that he comes to believe then that he was wrong about this person, that this person actually does care about him and respects his talent enormously. Like, yeah, I still stand by the fact that it's like, it's really sucky and super twisted, but from Mozart's vantage point, like, there's worse states of mind to be in before you die. Like, It's actually in its way, it's kind of merciful in that way. But it's still it's still horrible.
Exactly.
But it just breaks my heart, though, honestly, is because Salieri does not deserve that apology.
But I think Salieri gets his comeuppance, though.
Yeah.
Fair.
And then we did touch a bit on when Constanza arrives, and just, yeah, I love that. Even though, okay, yeah, it's part of the legend, it doesn't quite add up to reality. But the fact that she locks up the Requiem is just so beautiful, and like it's the final like screw you to Salieri. And yeah, it's so great that she has that moment. And and again, arguments of which cut works better aside, when you are watching the director's cut, it is really like even more of a fist pumping moment for Constanza. And but I will say, if you're watching the theatrical cut, I do like that it's a bit more humorous when she comes in and she just sort of taps on his shoulder. He falls out of bed. It's like with the director's cut, it's like you're dreading this confrontation, but in the original version, it's more just played for comedy, which I kind of like. And then there's something really beautiful about sort of very tragic in the sense of the opportunities lost between the characters of Salieri and Mozart when Constanza says, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "Your husband took sick. I brought him home." And she says, "Why you?" And the way he says, "Because, madame, I was at hand." It's just, it's like he was, and like there's an alternate version of that where he was there because he genuinely cared about Mozart. And yeah, it's just, I've always felt that was a deeply emotional line delivery from F. Murray Abraham. It's always been one of my favorite bits from him.
It's so great, and it's a reminder with that dynamic that you mentioned that the opposite of hate is not love, or the opposite of love is not hate, is indifference. In many respects, love and hate are kindred spirits, and it may have not only taken just a slight push in either direction for the bond between Salieri and Mozart to be real, but it happened to hurtle into this one-sided enmity that ultimately was not fulfilling and leaves both of them ruined. Because, like one of the other elements is that like Salieri's grand revenge on Mozart and God is he's going to get this death mass, and that they're going to have a big funeral for Mozart, and he's going to play it there, and he's going to be able to mock God and like get all the acclaim he thinks he deserves. But then, because Mozart has been like so financially irresponsible, he doesn't end up getting a big funeral anyway. He gets buried in a pauper's grave. Maybe Salieri would have pulled some strings and gotten him a funeral just so he could have that, but like in this respect, it's even that is denied.
like you want to talk about like compounding brutal endings, like just like you're distraught enough as a viewer watching this with the Lacrimosa from the Requiem playing over, Mozart's body being carried out. But it's then the music really hits when they dump his body out of the coffin. And it's like, what the fuck? Especially if you don't know about how Mozart was buried. And yes, it's, in reality, it may not have been exactly this type of grave. I didn't know all of that stuff, but for the purposes of the film, it's it's still really affecting. And just to see his discarded body just laying there amongst all the others, Um, it's just it's so devastating, and again, the use of the Requiem, playing over all of this. It's just the Lacrimosa is like probably one of the most repeated tracks. Like if I had to play history going all the way back to when I had a portable CD player in 1999, it would probably be number one. um, and just because it left me in awe, it left me devastated, emotional. It's just such a, you know, it's just so amazing the way it's done, which brings us sort of full circle back to talking about the effect the music has, on this film, and then the way, the final moments of that piece, the amen, it then cuts to the cross in Father Vogler's hand as the camera pans up to his devastated expression. And then what do we hear? We hear Salieri going, just laughing at it. And he says, "Your merciful God, he destroyed his own beloved rather than let a mediocrity share in the smallest part of his glory. He killed Mozart and left me alive to torture. 32 years of torture, 32 years. I'm slowly watching myself become extinct. My music growing fainter, all the time fainter, till no one plays it at all. But his." Oh.
Yeah, F. Murray Abraham like crushing it in that final scene, and it really is like the fitting end for the character that he craved this recognition, and he craved God's favor, and the fact that he feels that he was denied to such a point that he turned against God and what declared himself his enemy, and I will ruin your incarnation. And then God works in mysterious ways, as they say. This is one of them. This is how he realizes that he tried to take on the Almighty, and he lost, and all he can do is laugh, because whether or not he certainly doesn't seem afraid of hell awaiting him. He seems to have made his peace with his actions, but more than anything, he has made his peace with, as he terms it, his mediocrity. And the fact that he christens himself the patron saint of mediocrities, it's almost like one last stick in the thumb in the eye of God, because he's basically blaspheming and declaring himself a saint. But it also feels fitting for his character that this is how he now sees himself, that he has now fully embraced this role and is now mockingly trying to absolve people of their perceived mediocrity and their real mediocrity, because ultimately I would consider Salieri he was not truly a mediocrity, in the sense that when he was a court composer for the emperor, that's an extraordinary accomplishment, and it could have been enough for him, but it wasn't. This is the place that he brought himself and his pride in his room.
Yeah, it's so interesting, because it's all about how you look at it. Okay, he didn't have Mozart's talent. That's just something that's and for the record, he was fine with that before he realized that Mozart was somebody who didn't live up to his standards of what a composer like that should act like or be. So there is an element of sort of self-deception, going on in terms of that's his problem is not that his problem was not originally his lack of talent. It was the fact that somebody he deemed undeserving of talent had it. And so, yeah, and given the fact that he did not have the talent of someone, like Mozart, I think, he should actually he should have actually been really grateful that God raised him as high as he did. Because if he's, as he says himself, that he doesn't, that, that God did not bestow, talent upon him. Well, then he did him a lot of really big favors, uh, getting somebody like that into as high a position as that, and having his work actually be acclaimed in its own time. Like, yeah, it's not going to live on like Mozart's music, but he had a lot. He had a lot better life than a lot of people.
Yeah. And he
So,
could have had and he could have had more if he wasn't so fixated on this idea of God and his vow. Like, if he hadn't, been so intent on, like living up to this idea of chastity, perhaps he could have found love. And if he hadn't been so, you know, intent on like his studiousness, perhaps he would have had more fulfilling relationships in his life,
and
but
honestly, I think if he had gotten over himself and extended a hand to Mozart, he actually would have gotten, I think, a really good friend in the bargain.
I think so
And
too.
that could have made his life all the richer.
So yeah, I mean, it really is ultimately the reason it's a fitting end for Salieri's character is because he brought it on himself, as like pride comes before the fall, and his pride is what drove him here. And it's really just a test, like, and it would be very easy to, just condemn him as like a true like monster in many respects. But it really, the fact that F. Murray Abraham like makes him so relatable in that way, is why it's such a towering performance.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've never hated Salieri. You know, it's I look at the things he does and I'm like, oh god, that's so despicable. But he's always he's somehow always remained an endearing character. And yeah, it's been one of the great pleasures of my life to just sit there and watch him monologue. you know um which is why, again, I'm so grateful to have the film that I fell in love with, back as it was, because it's very strange, because like, if you think about the fact that I only lived with this version of the movie for 3 years, and then it was like 22, 23 years of the director's cut. um just in terms of the amount of time spent with the movie, you'd think I would have gotten over the changes years ago, but I think it's a testament to just how much of an impact it made on me, that I have continued to want to have the movie back as it was. And like I said before, watching it this way just feels like wrapping myself in a warm blanket. And uh, and so even when Salieri is giving these grand proclamations about, defeating God forced to listen, it feels so comfy and soothing. um, I don't know, maybe something's wrong with me.
No, I mean, it's a testament to the power of the art that,
Yeah.
it can make us empathize with this man who has done things that we would rightly consider despicable, but we recognize, we see ourselves in him, because who among us has not felt, not perhaps to this extent, but like like feeling that sense of inferiority, or questioning God or whatever power you deem to be on high about, uh, like, why is this my lot? Why is this my fate? And then allowing that to kind of turn your heart. And it's an ugly side of humanity, but it's one that unfortunately we all possess. And it's rarely been so well depicted as it is here, this movie.
Yeah, and I think that is really gets to the heart of it, is that we can all identify with Salieri. And so that's why he's one of cinema's great characters. And that's even before you get to F. Murray Abraham's towering performance, which I got to be honest, I'm not expecting anybody to necessarily agree with this, but just given the way this film has lived with me for so long, and the impact his performance in particular has had on me, I'm hard pressed to think of another performance that like blows me away in the way that this one does. I think, this is a grand proclamation to make, but I think it may be cinema's greatest performance.
Yeah. And honestly, like, even though I haven't lived with the movie and loved it for as long or as deeply as you have, I don't think that's a unfair statement to make, because when I'm thinking about, like, well, like, certainly, like, if we're thinking about like best actor performances, like, this is easily like near top of the list or near it. And then it really comes down to what the personal connection you have to the movie. And obviously, like, for you, this is one of your 2 or 3 favorite movies ever, and he is the lead, he is the center of it, and so it makes sense that you would feel that way. And honestly, even though I've only watched the movie a couple of times, like, I'm not far off. This is one of the best performances I've ever seen an actor give.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. And yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say other than, like, I'm so grateful to this film just for everything that it has given me. I think it is, at least in part, responsible for my love of cinema, at least in the way that I do love it. Like, I've always loved movies, but I think this film took it to another level when I saw it. And then, of course, it kicked off my love of classical music. And for that, I will always be eternally grateful.
As you should, because it is truly the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah. All right. There we go.
I was just going to say, and in perfect harmony for the movie, we are drawing to a close right as the Oscars are wrapping up, because they just announced Best Picture, and it is Anora. Anora ultimately won 5 Oscars. It won Best Picture, it won Best Director, it won Best Adapted Screenplay, it won Best Editing, and Best Actress for Mikey Madison.
Oh, good. Okay, well, I'm happy about that one. I'm gutted. I'm not gonna lie. I am gutted that that Best Director didn't go to The Brutalist. I kind of thought that might have been a possibility. On the other hand, as great as the film is, and as much of a directorial achievement as it is, Brady Corbet is also quite a bit full of himself. So I'm not exactly heartbroken either. But sometimes that can color your perception. But he's a brilliant filmmaker, so but that's okay. You know what? It's first of all, I'm very happy for you, because you had you obviously have a lot more affection for Anora than I do, but also it's a very good film, and also the fact that we spent this time, having our own celebration of cinema, for the evening, both about Amadeus and our favorite films of last year. I feel like anything that I would be upset about with the other show is, like, coated over by, I think, our far superior broadcast.
I mean, I'm very happy that we got to celebrate movies, and yes, like, it was Oscar night, so we have to acknowledge it. I will note The Brutalist won 3, Best Actor for Adrian Brody, Best Cinematography, and Best Original Score. Wicked won 2, Costume Design, Production Design. Dune Part 2 won 2, Sound and Visual Effects. And then there are a couple others scattered throughout there. But regardless, I'm happy that we spent Oscar night in this way, talking about our favorite movies of the past year, some of which the Oscars chose to recognize, some of which they did not, and then celebrating truly one of the all-time great Best Picture winners in Amadeus. Perhaps, as you noted, it was ambitious to try to do both in the same stream because we're now approaching, another record for our streams. But I had a blast. This was so much fun.
Yeah, I think it could have gone worse. I think, if I'm honest with myself, coming in at under 5 hours for both of these things is actually kind of impressive.
Yeah.
so yeah, but I do think next year we should just have our Oscar discussion be, on its own. And
yeah.
So
and we will keep that in mind. It was a learning process, even though we've been doing this for a bit now. But the only reason I don't feel worse about it, like knowing that Amadeus is one of your absolute favorite, films, is because you had already talked about it on the channel, and we had pitched this up front that we weren't going to try to go through every little beat of the movie. I still think we did a pretty damn good job, but this is much more of a celebration of the movie's legacy, and part of its legacy is its Oscars victory, and so it all tied together.
Yeah. So yeah, we know where things about the stream worked, and we know about some things that we can improve on in the future. I don't want to read any comments about about how this wasn't what was advertised. That's bull, because we said it was going to be both of these things. So yeah. But for anybody who popped in throughout the night or stuck with us for the whole thing, I hope it was at least semi-enjoyable for you. I think for both of us, I had a really fun time. So
yeah, so did I.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess that'll be it. Oh, sorry.
The only thing I would say is, because we didn't do the traditional mid-roll, perhaps we should let people know what's coming up next week and then the weeks ahead.
Yeah. Oh God, I've been building up so much to this week that next week we're doing Cinderella. That's right.
Yes.
We're going to do the 10th anniversary of the live action version of Cinderella, which might end up being the only live action remake discussion we ever do on the channel. We'll see. But looking forward to that I got to see thanks to you, your recommendation, and I have not regretted it, because it's a beautiful film. And then we have some new news for what's coming up after that. On March 16th, we're going to be talking about the first Daniel Craig James Bond film, Casino Royale, and maybe we'll touch on some of the news that's been going on.
Perhaps.
And then on March 23rd, we're going to do a discussion of the entire first season of Andor, a Star Wars story.
Yes, which just had its teaser trailer released last Monday. It was almost like we spoke it into existence, because we were talking about, hopefully by the time we talk about Andor, we'll have a trailer, and then literally it dropped within 24 hours. So.
Oh my God, the trailer was so great, and and I was delighted for reasons related to the marketing of the show that's we will maybe talk about. I was very happy to see that they weren't shy about certain things. And then after that, things are going to be kind of up in the air for a couple weeks. So we have to nail down some things. April is going to be kind of, we each have trips we're taking, so we might be off for a couple weeks here and there, but some stuff that we can tease for after all that, a bit later in the year, and by that I mean around May, we will be getting to the second season of Andor, which of course will be releasing I think at the end of April. We'll also be getting to Kingdom of Heaven, the director's cut, which I can't wait to talk about that, because it's just, obviously it's one of my favorite period pieces ever made, and I think it's one of Ridley Scott's best movies. So So,
and it is a case where the director's cut, we tend to agree, is the better version of.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't bring myself to watch the theatrical version.
I'm going to, just to remind myself what it was that didn't work for me about it. But
well, what's going to be funny about that though is, do you have the Blu-ray
I do. Yeah,
with both versions?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. What's going to be funny about that is that they didn't do a very good job with the branching for the two versions. They prioritized the director's cut.
Yeah.
So the scenes that are exclusive to the theatrical version, that maybe like takes are different and stuff like that, you'll notice that there is significantly different color timing on the shots because they were just like, fuck it. so yeah, that's funny.
Sure.
And then looking far ahead to May 25th, we will be, which is, of course, the anniversary of the release of this film. We are going to be talking about the original 1977 film, Star Wars.
Yes.
So looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, we mentioned this was a big anniversary year for the channel, and obviously it's not like a new base 10 anniversary for A New Hope. It's going to be the 48th anniversary, but I can think of no better day to talk about it than its original release date of May 25th, because obviously that movie is timeless.
Yeah, because originally I was gonna have us do that on May the 4th for, May the 4th be with you. But we're going to be talking about Andor. And then when I saw that May the 25th did fall on a Sunday as well, I was like, well, that's perfect.
Yes.
So, and that'll, I'm sure we'll then move into, in short succession, also talking about The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So, and then once we get all through that, then we can get to what Jared's really excited about, which is to get into the sequel trilogy.
I'm excited about all of it. I just happen to feel like, now that, the prequels are getting their renaissance and, the original trilogy remains a beloved classic, the sequel trilogy needs a little love, and I'm happy to provide that love and space for all three movies.
Yep. So that's a bit of a preview for what's coming down the line throughout the first half of this year, or the rest of the first half of this year. So yeah, lots of fun stuff, and we'll update you when we figure out what's going on in April. But yeah. So thank you everybody for tuning in. God, we're getting closer to that 5-hour mark. We got to shut this down. But yeah, thank you all for if you stuck with us. If not, that's fine. Tonight was a long one and it was a bit unorthodox. But yeah, thank you guys. As always, it means a lot to us when you come by to watch us. And yeah, I'm actually kind of delighted that we went all the way through the Oscar ceremony with this. feels like a victory for me. But yeah, so we'll see you guys next week when we talk about Cinderella. God, now I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I adore that movie. I can't wait to talk about it with you. It will not be a 4-hour stream because it's a shorter movie, but we will celebrate it in all its glory. And in keeping with a preview of that, I will let my final words be a refrain from that movie that we will be celebrating in detail. Have courage and be kind.
Yeah. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.